this weekend here at the 16th Annual Vintage Barber Festival. For the past several years, AHRMA has been designating a different class to be hailed as the Vintage Cup, with the goal of getting old bikes restored and back on the racetrack. And this year, it's been the 500 Premier class. These bikes are 1968 and earlier 500cc four-stroke overhead valve and overhead cam machines, or 750cc side valve machines. Many consider this class to be the golden era of road racing, when riders like Jeff Duke, John Surtees, Mike Hillwood, and Giacomo Agostini ruled the world championships with legendary bikes such as the Maxxis G50, Manx Norton, Harley-Davidson KR, and Honda CR450 dominating racetracks during those days. AHRMA's 2021 season has thrilled thousands as the championship is coming down to this weekend at the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival. Again, we're at third and final call for the 500 Premier Vintage Cup race.
Alrighty, race fans, and with that, we are going to kick off the second half of today's program. That's right, we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be part 2 of our road racing day out here. 16 races happening today. We are at race, what are we at? Technically 7.
Yes, it's not on there, but it's, yeah.
Anyway, we've got a whole bunch of more racing to go. We're going to be here till probably about 5 o'clock is when our shutdown time usually is, somewhere around there. So we have about 5 more hours of racing action coming your way. This race that's coming up right now is our featured race. It is the 500 Premier Vintage Cup.
As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there. X95 Andrew Malk, bike number 309 Tim Joyce, 176 Tony Reed, and 74 Wes Orloff. Back on row number 2, it's C7 Jerry Duke, 14 Brian Laraborough, and bike number 80 Helmut Niederer. Row number 3, it's 338 Andy Feinling, 23 David Rutherford, 33 John Melton, and 576 Christian Jensen. And row number 4, it's 111 Gary Orr, 21 X Larry Poons, and 27 Bino Rhodey. That is your field here for the Premier Vintage Cup race, presented by John and Candy Sneed and NYC Norton. Also want to remind the competitors that following this race, we're going to do race number 7, which is the CB160 exhibition race with the Le Mans style start. So racers in race number 7, don't forget to make sure that you have your bike holders come down with you when we get ready to start making those calls. Remember, up next after this race is the CB160 with the Le Mans style start. So racers in race number 7, don't forget to make sure you got somebody to hold your bike and that they move or they come down to hot pit lane when we make the appropriate calls.
And this race is sponsored by our friends at NYC Norton, who is Mr. Kenny Cummings, who is racing in this class. Not racing in this class, sorry, I spoke too soon. Who is obviously Norton specialist. He builds very, very fast Norton race machines, and he also builds custom bikes, street bikes, racing bikes. He builds all sorts of cool stuff. Anyway, that is our buddy Kenny Cummings at NYC Norton, who is the title sponsor for this 500 Premier Vintage Cup race. Now, this one was a super duper heavy duty battle yesterday. Mr. Tim Joyce won yesterday's race. I believe that means technically he has won the championship, and we've not gotten a hard confirmation on that. So it is still going to be a bit of all of the marbles, as the kids say. No, Kenny, of course, is not in this class. He is in the 750 class. I spoke too soon.
As the green flag flies, bike number 95, Andrew Malk, getting the jump on the field, leading them down into turn number 1 as everybody thunders away cleanly here in the opening laps of this first race this afternoon. Race leaders out of turn number 4, up over the crest of the hill, down into the braking zone they go as 4 riders sort of breaking away from the rest of the field, working their way down through Charlotte's Web through the center of the turn. One rider running just a little bit wide and letting it roll free and clear as they rocket up over the crest of the hill there. Turn number 7 down that back straightaway towards turn number 8 and 9 and over into the museum. We'll get the full running order for you in just a moment when they complete lap number 1.
Alrighty, and our race leaders are making their way over towards turns 15, 16, and 17, which is the final handful of turns right before they hit start, finish, straight. Let's go see where they're at, and there they come.
Race leaders onto the front straightaway to complete lap number 1. Out front is 309 Tim Joyce, 695 Andrew Malk, 176 Tony Reed, and 74 Wes Orloff. Quite a substantial distance back to our next place rider, bike number Z7 Jerry Duke and 111 Gary Orr, rounding out your top 6 as the leaders start their next lap.
We see Timmy Joyce making his way through this middle straight section, heading towards Charlotte Webb, this little hairpin turn. He's got some company. He's not walking away with it quite as much as I kind of thought he was going to. Well, there's a big cloud, so there's some shadow over the backside of the track, so it's really hard to see them. But they are currently making their way over towards the museum. So it's a prime time. Let's go check out Race Monitor and see what we got going on over here. Timmy on the 309 in 1, Jonathan Hollingsworth in 2, Mike Miranda 3, Andy Mock 4, Tony Reed 5. And race leaders are making their way down the home stretch right now.
Race leader one more time out of turn number 17. It looks like it's still 309 Tim Joyce finding his rhythm and leading X95 Andrew Malk, 176 Tony Reed, 74 Wes Orloff, duking it out for 3rd place. Excuse me.
I might need to reload my race monitor. My race monitor doesn't look like yours.
I don't know. This should have been running 2nd lap, and it's still showing lap number 1. I know.
So either way, Timmy Joyce is in 1, Andy Mock is in 2, which that makes a lot more sense.
74 Wes Orloff putting a pass on 176 Tony Reed as they dive down to the braking zone for turn number 6 over there in Charlotte's Web. It's not going to be Orloff's continue to try and check out, but here comes Tony Reed once again getting a great drive out of turn number 7 over the crest of the hill. So put Tony Reed back up on the 3rd step of the podium as these guys are trading positions right now here. And still a lot of laps left to go, and this one is up front 309 Tim Joyce leading X95 Andrew Malk, and then that battle between Reed and Orloff. Going back down through the field, bike number 111 Gary Orr was rounding out your top 5 on that last lap with Z7 Jerry Duke back there, 23 David Rutherford, 338 Anthony Feinling, 576 Christian Jensen, and 27 Bino Rodi rounding out the top 10 as 309 Tim Joyce shows the fast way around the track.
Alrighty, I know I just saw Tim Joyce and those guys heading towards on the back straight. So let's go track them down. And then we'll go peek in on Race Monitor and see if it's resolved itself. That's Timmy. There's your 1 and your 2.
At the line that time. 74, Wes Orloff managed to work his way back around Tony Reed, so put Orloff back up on the step of the podium.
That looks better.
As those guys are having an epic battle back here, Reed was able to pass Orloff back over in the 7 and 8 area, and obviously Orloff was able to repay the favor back on the other side of the track down at 13, 14, and 15. As Tim Joyce out front, Andrew Malk there at second, now at 74, Wes Orloff. Got himself a bit of breathing room here out of turn number 4 with the crested hill to 5 and down over into 6. Looked like he was holding about a 6 bike length advantage over Tony Reed as Orloff gets a much better drive that time out of 7 down that back straightaway. Not sure if Reed's close enough to pick up the draft as he's about 8 to 10 bike lengths adrift of Orloff as they rocket down that back straightaway one more time over towards turn number 8 and 9. Got white flags in hand. We're off lap.
What's going on?
It's got the halfway flags in hand, so we're off by a lap.
Oh, race monitors?
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, he's doing
Technologies.
halfway right now.
Technology sometimes is weird.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce.
That's our
Letting you know
leader.
he's got 4 done and 4 left to go.
Tim right now.
95, Andrew Long solidly back
And
there
Andy Bach
second.
right behind him.
Here's the battle for third. Looks like 74. Wes Orloff's got it still about a 12 or a 10 to 8 to 10 bike length advantage over Tony Reed. Reed not giving up though. He hasn't dropped back. He's been able to maintain that distance as that group starts their second half of the race.
There we go. They came out of shadow a little bit. It's a little more illuminated. At the very top of your screen, you can just see them cruising on by. Those are going to be your race leaders. And they are headed towards the museum, which closes at 6 o'clock tonight. They're staying open an extra hour or so.
Tony Reed's back to back. That's more fun. Dang it. Announced to control. It's not shown on my sheet, but Tony Reed, who's running 4th out there right now, is back to back between this one and the next one.
Alright, let's go look for race leader. Tim Joyce in 1. Andy Bach in 2. He's stretching out his lead just a little bit. Tim Joyce has some smooth sailing going on out there. He and Andy Bach were in 1 and 2 for the entire championship points battle. It does appear now that Tim Joyce has pretty handily completed the series and is indeed going to win the championship.
74, Wes Orloff still holding on in 3rd place position. Looked like 176. Tony Reed was able to chip away a little bit at that distance, pulled within about 6 bike lengths as they crossed the start-finish line that last lap. So we'll see how this starts to shape up here. As obviously it's a little bit warmer out there today than it was early this morning. It's still a beautiful day weather-wise. As that duo or that group dives down over into turn number 5 or 6 one more time.
So we must clear the paddock.
Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 7, the CB 160 exhibition race. You guys will be up here in just a little bit. It is first call. First call for race number 7, the CB 160 exhibition race. First call for race number 7, first call. Oh, I did that too early. I forgot about it. Just told her back to back and then I made it call early. We'll drag.
giving him plenty of time.
Well, Tim's running fourth, so he'll be one of the first few off the track. So
There's Tim Joyce in one, just crossed start finish, and he's about ready to not hit literally, he's about ready to catch up to somebody and get into a little lap traffic.
bike number 176, Tony Reed, continues to chip away at the lead that Wes Orloff has on him. So it's still anybody's race for that third step on the podium as bike number 309, Tim Joyce, working his way over through turn number 6, over into 7. Here they come. Looks like Reed now has closed within about 3 bike lanes of Wes Orloff as they dive down into Charlotte's Web one more time.
Almost an inside pass.
As he tried to work up the inside but couldn't quite make it stick, took a look at it. Here he comes now trying the outside, so moved him, Tony Reed back up to that third step of the podium as Orloff just didn't quite get the drive on his bike out of turn number 7. So Reed back up on the podium as that pair dive down into turn number 8 and 9 one more time. White flag should be coming out this next time by for the race leaders.
White flag out, last lap for Tim Joyce, race leader. Andy Mock in 2.
White flag out for 309 Tim Joyce as he starts his final lap. Looks like X95 Andrew Monk has chipped a little way at his lead, but still unfortunately not within striking distance. Here is the battle for third as Orloff has managed to get back around Tony Reed, but Tony Reed right there on Orloff's tail section as they dive down into turn number 1 here on the last lap. Meanwhile, race leader 309 Tim Joyce over the crest of Hill 5 and down into 6. Andrew Monk now right there behind him, about 20 to 25 bike lengths adrift. Looking back towards turn 4 for the race third place battle between Orloff and Reed as here they come. Orloff on the outside, Reed right there, but Orloff gasses it over to 5 down into the braking zone one more time. Orloff holds about a 2 bike length advantage over Reed as Reed runs it outside line. Both of them getting a great drive. Looks like Reed now tries up the inside, has a little bit more motor, and slowly pulls ahead of Orloff. So put Reed back up to that third step of the podium, but Orloff's been great in the back section as that duo disappear over into the museum section. We'll see how that's going to turn out. They come around to complete lap, this final lap here in just a minute. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce, all the way over into 12 and 13 right now. Andrew Monk continues to chip away at the lead, but I think he's going to end up coming up short as the leader's out of turn number 14 over into 15 here on the final lap. Starter has checkered flag in hand, waiting to find out who it's going to be. Whenever the race leader is probably going to be Tim Joyce, looking back over, still trying to pick up where third place is, and I haven't seen them or might have lost them as they sneak by. And here's the checkered flag out for 309 Tim Joyce taking the unofficial win. Then it's going to be bike number 995 Andrew Monk. Who's it going to be for that third place podium position? Waiting for him to come into view here in just a moment. Here they are. It's going to be 74. Wes Orloff just nipping Tony Reed for that third place podium position in a hard-fought race. Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for the CB160 exhibition race presented by John and Candy Sneed. Please don't forget to make sure you've got your holders coming down here to Hot Pit Lane. Again, don't forget we need the holders for the race bikes in race number 7 to make their way down here to Hot Pit Lane. Again, it's second call. Second call for race number 7, the CB160 exhibition race, a 4-lap race presented by John and Candy Sneed. And please don't forget to send the bike holders down here as quickly as possible.
All right, you just heard Jay announcing the CB160 exhibition race is coming up here in just 1 second. This is that Le Mans style start, so you heard him calling for bike holders. You might be asking yourself, what in the heck is a bike holder? Well, it's literally a helper who stands there and holds the bike while the racer is across the track and has to sprint to their machine before they bump start it and can take off in that traditional Le Mans style.
Attention out there in the paddock for any of the spectators out there over the hills or anybody back in the swap meet that has never seen a Le Mans style start. You're going to want to make your way over here out of the tree line to watch this one. When the next race we get going, it's going to be a Le Mans style start. So what we'll do is we'll send the competitors out to do their hot lap, and they'll bring their bikes over, they'll back them up against the wall over here on the tower side, and then they'll step over across the track, 1 foot on the track, 1 foot in the grass. And when the green flag flies, instead of hearing race motors fly revving up, you'll hear feet running across the track. And then they jump on the bikes, fire them up, and take off down towards turn number 1. It's an exciting start to definitely watch. If you guys have never seen a Le Mans start, make your way over here to the road race course and check it out. It'll be starting here in about 5 minutes or so. Again, Le Mans start for the CB160 race up next.
All right, and while we're waiting for those holders to come out and hold those bikes, I don't see any bodies out there yet. I'm going to take just a hot second because I've got a great little mini interview with our Grand Marshal for this weekend, Mary McGee. We paid homage to her at the Motorcycles by Moonlight fundraising dinner on Friday night, which was excellent, by the way. And she stopped by the booth yesterday, and Jay got a chance to chat with her. So let's go ahead and check out that video.
Attention out there in the paddock as we finished our racing. We've got our Grand Marshal, Mary McGee, here. Congratulations, Mary. Welcome to the race. Thank you for being our Grand Marshal today. And tell us how you enjoyed the racing today.
I enjoyed everything about being at the Barber. It's utterly fantastic. Of course, fantastic. And of course, the racing is supreme. Absolutely.
Did any of the bikes out there bring back any memories from you from all your racing days?
You know, every bike I see reminds me of my racing days.
There you go. There you go. Congratulations. Yeah, I've been doing this for a couple years myself, and I started racing back in the 80s many years ago myself, and I can remember when many of these bikes were brand new on the showroom floor, and it's always nice to see them come back out and race again.
Well, I started racing motorcycles in 1960.
Yeah.
Road racing, a
Yeah.
CB92.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It's a great. Who knew that a pressed steel frame was going to handle so well and have great brakes?
But did you see any of those out here today, or probably some clothes and bikes that were pretty close to that age?
You know, I can't tell. They're going by so fast. The riders are so good. A lot of great riders, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Now, you got to take a parade lap yesterday. That must have been fun to go around the track in that sports car yesterday, right?
It's always fun to go around the track. And there were a couple, 3 turns that I really liked. I wish I'd have been in the car.
Congratulations. Mary McGee, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on here at Grand Marshal, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor for me to be here. And a pleasure.
Thank you for having us. Nice to meet you again. Mary McGee out there. Give everybody a big round of applause. Thank you for stopping by to see us. So we'll get the row number 14. It's 842 Tom Sanders. Row number 15. It's 13K Rod Skaggs. Row number 16. It's going to be bike number 07, Mike Miranda. Row number 17, 357, Joe Corey. Row number 18, 02, John Hollingsworth. And row number 19, 176, Tony Reed, who just took a hard-fought battle, but ended up 4th in the previous race. So now he's got a back-to-back, getting ready to come out here and do another 4 laps on his CB160. That's how they're going to line up when they come around to take the start here in just a moment. Once again, I want to remind everybody, if you've never seen a CB1 or a Le Mans style start, now would be the great time to try and stick your head over here and watch it on the front straightaway here on the road race course. Again, doing the Le Mans style start where the bikes will be parked over on the tower side of the track and the riders will be over in the grass on the opposite side. And when the green flag flies, the idea is to sprint across the track and jump on your bike and take off as quick as possible.
And I know we missed some of the very beginnings of this grid. This is the CB160 exhibition class. It's going to be Acaden, Barnes, Fritz, Habermel, Hall, Hollingsworth, by the way, Hollingsworth on an AHRMA sprint, kind of interesting. Jack Keynes from Wisconsin, Corey, Marlowe, Sidney McLean, who is one of the members of our AHRMA family, Miller, Miranda, Tony Reed, Robb, Sanders, Scales, Skaggs, Terrell, and Tuffley. that is your grid for the CB160 exhibition class. Jack Kane's super well-known racing family name out in the Midwest. Lots of dirt track history with that, with the Kane's family. I see them at a lot of Midwestern dirt track races that I have the good fortune of attending, so I've seen that family an awful lot of times. They're always very fast, very talented. Christopher Acaden, ooh, just super fast out here. We've been saying that name all day long in all sorts of classes. Very, very fast. And there's, you know, obviously a little bit stacked in here. Tony Reed, you just watched race, very quick. Lots of really, really great. Joe Corey, very fast. Lots of very fast people out here on these itty bitty little teeny weeny CB160 bikes. The great equalizer, a bike that puts out a whopping 19 to 20 horsepower.
Barely puts out enough horsepower to pull the hat off your head, but hey.
But they're super cool. That
They're
being
fun to
said,
ride.
they're super cool. They're very fun. It's a great entry-level price point for people to come and get into racing with us at AHRMA, which, by the way, if you do fall in love with any of these, with this racing, which you absolutely should, and you want to come racing with us, make sure you go check out www.arma.org for more details about how you can take a school to qualify to come race with us.
Riders starting to park their bikes over against the wall and start that walk across the track to set themselves up over here in the grass, getting ready in anticipation of the start on this one.
Some fist bumping going on, all sorts of friends out there.
Looks like the riders got themselves set up. 1 foot in the grass, one on the pavement. All eyes up on the starter, waiting for him to start. Boards are up. Sideways, and the green flag goes as they sprint across the track, jump on their bikes, hit the starter buttons, and it looks like it's going to be 784 Christopher Caden, but he didn't get quite the start. I believe it's Rob Hall on 270 there. For that second place bike to Caden there in second. I believe it's 294 John Scales. As the rest of the field looks like everybody this time got themselves started and up and running. Yesterday when we did this start, we had one slow bike. They didn't quite get going, but as you can see, it is a very, very entertaining start process.
It's a little bit of fitness quest right before your racing quest.
Looks like race leaders up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 6 on the first lap. Everybody fairly cleanly spread out, working their way down into 6. Leaders out of 6 over to 7 up at the crest of the hill, getting ready to work their way down that back straightaway. Remember, this is a 4-lap exhibition race, so only 4 laps to get it all caught up as everybody fairly spread out right now. We'll get the full, complete running order in just a moment when they complete lap number 1.
They're already making their way over to the museum.
Attention down the paddock. Sidecars, you guys are going to be up next. Again, sidecars, you folks will be up next. Sidecars, you'll be our next race. So out there in the paddock area or in the park, you haven't seen a sidecar race, you guys are going to want to come watch this one too. These are great machines to watch. Again, sidecars will be up next.
Alrighty, the very first folks are making their way to start finish.
At lap number 1, it is bike number 270, Rob Hall out front, 784, Christopher Caden back there in second. Looks like they got a full front straightaway lead over that third place rider as here he comes across the start-finish line. It is going to be 171, Chris Marlowe. Been a heck of a battle out there between 357, Joe Corey, and 820, Mitchell Barnes. Those guys are pretty much side by side across the start-finish line. Then it's 215, Stuart Sanders in 6th, 27X, Ross Tuffley back there in 7th. 8th at the moment is 88 Charles Miller. 9th is 022 Cindy McLean. And 13K Rod Skaggs rounding out your top 10 as 270 Rob Hall continues to stretch out his lead over 784 Christopher Caden and 171 Chris Marlowe.
Yeah, another familiar face in there. Tony Reed and Stuart Sanders, both pals of mine from the Wayback Machine. We've known each other and met each other through AHRMA years and years and years ago, both from Tennessee. It's awesome to watch their race programs grow and develop. Tony's now, I mean, they're both pretty fast dudes. Tony's a hell of a racer out here, though, man. Whew.
Rob Hall definitely setting out a blistering pace and finding his rhythm as he's all the way over in the turns 13 and 14 area. Bike number 784, Christopher Caden, solidly there in second with 171, Chris Marlowe in third, but 357, Joe Corey and 820, Mitchell Barnes were pushing each other hard that last lap.
Race
Not
leaders
sure if they're
at the
going
top
to be
of
able to
your
reel
screen.
Marlowe in as we look back towards the turn number 17. Waiting for our race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall to come back into view as here he is down the front straightaway one more time. It's going to be bike number 270, Rob Hall, taking the halfway flags as this is a 4-lap race. Then it's going to be 784, Christopher Caden there in second. Who's it going to be back here in third? It is still 171 Chris Marlowe, and here comes the battle for fourth between Joe Corey and Mitchell Barnes. That time it was 820 Mitchell Barnes leading Corey as they start the second half of their race. I guess it's not going to hit halfway. Tension out in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for our next race of the afternoon. First call for the sidecar race. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 8, sidecars. You'll be up here in just a moment. First call for race number 8, the sidecars.
Some great racing going on just a second ago over there in that little hairpin, that Charlotte's Web corner. And it looks like race leader is on the backside of the track right now.
He's not going to get him halfway. He's just going to...
Because somebody back there is cooking, so I think it's him. Let's go down and check. Let's go see where they're at. All right, coming on 17 right now.
White flag out for your race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, letting him know he's got just one more lap looking back to this turn number 17. Here comes your second place rider, 784, Christopher Caden. So Rob Hall definitely setting a blistering pace with a full front straightaway leader for second place rider.
Putting a beating on Christopher Caden.
Almost the second or the same amount, if not even a greater amount, looking back to the turn number 17, waiting for that third place rider. Here he comes. It's going to be 171, Chris Marlowe holding on to the third, and here's the battle for fourth between Corey and Barnes. At this lap, it's still going to be Barnes holding about a bike length advantage over Joe Corey to round out the top 5. I don't see any back-to-backs in this one, between this one and our sidecars. So I'm going to continue to roll.
I don't think that there is. I know there's a couple folks that race 2 wheels and
Oh,
3 wheels, but
between 8 and 9, we got several in there.
but no, I don't think there's anybody that's 160 and then 3 wheels.
Attention out in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 8, sidecar race. You folks will be up in just a moment. Again, it is second call. Second call for the sidecar race. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for the sidecars.
Hall just putting a pounding on the rest of the
Checkered
field.
flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 270, Rob Hall, as he put his head down at the beginning of this one, getting a better start than Christopher Caden as they took off, and not looking back. Is looking back here now is what we're doing to turn number 17, waiting for our second place rider, 784, Christopher Caden, to come into view. As here he comes, giving a wave to the starter, rather, and finishing his place there unofficially in second, and waiting for our third place rider here. Should be 171, Chris Marlowe, waiting for him to come around as he's starting or just about to finish his final lap as he takes the unofficial third out there. Here's the battle for fourth. It was between Barnes and Corey. These guys were having a great battle themselves, and they're continuing. They're still side
this
by
drag
side
race. Oh my
at the line. It is going to be 8:57. Joe Corey, who just managed to snooker 8:20. Mitchell Barnes. So they're fourth and fifth, respectively, in a great close battle between those two competitors. With the checkered flag out on this one, well, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 8,
Oh
sidecars.
God, I just realized
You guys
I got
are
so
up
excited
right
by this,
now.
I completely
Third
forgot to
car,
put the graphic up. I'm sorry, guys. That was
Third
CB160.
call for the sidecars.
Sorry,
You guys
guys.
are up right now. Third call, third and final call for the sidecar race.
I was so into that race, I completely forgot to change the graphic for that. My bad. But that was obviously the CB160 class we were talking about the whole time. So, in case you were kerfuffled, that was the CB160, folks. Mr. David Aldana checking in and saying, hey, what's going on, buddy? I hope you had a great Barber weekend. I did not see you. I know you were over in the dirt neck of the woods, and I have been in the road racing neck of the woods this entire weekend. But come say hey if you come over here. I'm up in the tower. You know where to find me. All right, and it's going to be winding down the CB160 class, and our next grade is going to be sidecars. And it is like 6 or 7 combined sidecar classes. It's a little bit of everything, literally. Like super, very old school, very rudimentary, very raw looking sidecars, all the way up to very modern spaceship looking, like TT style sidecars. There's all sorts of really neat sidecars in here. So I'm just going to call it combined sidecar classes because it's a little bit of everything, to be honest with you. There's US Formula 2, US Formula 1, Super Vintage sidecars, Lost Era sidecars. What else is in here? Super Vintage sidecars SC2. And big wheel sidecar. There's a million different things in here. So we're just gonna call it combined sidecar classes. How about that? But thanks for checking in, Mr. David. I hope you had a great weekend.
Okay. For the sidecar race, AHRMA is the premier sidecar organization in North America, hosting more sidecar racers and races and racers than any other North American organization. Over 50 sidecar teams have raced with AHRMA in 2021 across 22 races from coast to coast. There are both vintage and modern classes, each having their own unique characteristics. In the vintage classes, you'll see both left and right side chairs. Right side chairs favor left-hand turns, counterclockwise tracks, and the opposite is true for the left side chairs. With mixed chair outfits on the track, you'll see a lot of passing as the speed changes dramatically between left and right-hand corners. Skinny tires on the vintage rigs equate to drifting and sliding, where a modern rig will perform more like an F1 car. The modern classes run sleek, spaceship-style-like outfits with modern 600cc and 1000cc four-stroke engines. The outfits are purpose-built and resemble a modern race car more than a motorcycle. Teamwork is vital. The rider and passengers must work together, and particularly for the passenger, it's very physical work. A strong body core is essential for the passenger. Low center of gravity is essential for coring, along with passenger transferring weight to the proper positions. Vintage sidecar classes include the SC1 vintage sidecar, which are front exit outfits built prior to 1968. Engines are air-cooled 2-strokes up to 350 cc and 4-stroke up to 650 cc's. Wheels must be spoked and at least 15 inches in diameter, and tires can be no wider than 4.5 inches. Sidecar 2 super vintage sidecars, by far the most popular sidecar class. These are vintage front exit outfits built up to 1972. Engines are air-cooled 2-strokes up to 500 cc and 4-stroke to 750 cc. Popular examples include the BMW R75 750, Yamaha's XS 650s, and Moto Guzzi 750 powered rigs. Like SC1, these rigs run the skinny tires. SC3, which is the Lost Era sidecars, front and rear exit outfits built up to 1977. 2-stroke engines up to 500 cc's and 4-strokes to 847. And SC4, the Formula Classic sidecars, front and rear exit outfits up to 1981. A variety of power plants can be used up to 1300 cc's. For the modern class, FS1 or USF1 are the long wheelbase machines with 1000 cc power plants. USF2 are the short wheelbase 1000 cc power plants. The TT1 long wheelbase are 600 cc powered plants with FIM rules, and the TT2 are short wheelbase machines, 600 cc power plants built to FIM classification. So as the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to line up out there. Row number 1 for the modern sidecar TT2, it's going to be 14 Peter Essef and his passenger D. Richards, and then 8NZ Tony Dukas with the passenger of L. Dukas. The modern sidecar USF2 presented by Jessup Enterprises is going to be 285 Brett Levecki with D. Dobrolowski as a passenger. For the modern sidecar USF1 presented by Barnett Clutches and Cable, it's 64B Bill Wamaroth with Argus as his passenger. Then for the Formula Classic, the SC4 back on row number 7, 043 Dave Keckley with Jason Vaden as his passenger, and X48 Paul Kohler with Blake as his passenger. Row number 8 for the SC, the Lost Era sidecar. Row number 9, it's Adam Kramer with Thiesler as a passenger, and 048 Larry Coleman with Carlin as a passenger. Then on row number 10, it's Eric Green with H. Yampolowski as the passenger. For the Super Vintage SC2 presented by Classic Motorcycle Racing Foundation, back on row number 12, 309 Tim Joyce and Schulke. Bike number 93, May and Chihuahua. Then on row number 13, it's X82 Trosper and Trosper, 46X Rammer and Rammer. Row number 14, it's 534 Dixon and Korn, and bike number 42S Crombie and Stefaniak. Then for the Vintage 1 sidecar, back on row number 17, bike number 10 Platt and Kerr, and then rounding out your field for the big wheel on row number 19, 169 Hannah and Bauer. That's your field here as we're getting ready for the start in just a moment. As the flag waves, it is the team of Essef and Richards getting the jump, and I believe it's AHRMA, Dukas, and then bike 285, Levecki and Dobrolowski, as Essef and Richards get a much better start this afternoon than they did yesterday, leading the field. Looks like everybody away cleanly down that front straightaway over to turn number 1s, 2, waiting for the leaders to work their way through 3 and 4 here in just a moment. Race leaders out of turn number 4 up over the crest of the hill, and it's 14 as out front, but here comes 285 Levecki and Dobrolowski making the pass to lead the field down in through Charlotte's Web in turn number 6. I believe Levecki and Dobrolowski are riding a 1000cc bike, where Essef and Richards are back there on a 600cc powered unit themselves, as Levecki wastes no time in trying to check out, but Essef and Richards holding on to the draft. And then bike 8NZ, Dukas and Dukas right there back in that 3rd place position as the leaders drop off over to turn number 8 and 9 over there by the museum right now. Sometimes I feel like a hockey. On rig number 14, definitely running hard on that 600cc stock machine. He put out the fastest lap yesterday, but still came up short by 0.2 seconds over the team at 285 of Levecki and Dobrolowski. So it's going to be interesting to see that duo working their way back over through turns 14, 15, and 16 right now, waiting for them to come back out on the front straightaway. As here they come. Oh, and it's Essef and Richards has managed to make the pass, but unfortunately, Levecki and Dobrowski just motor right by them just past the start-finish line. Now, that lap credited to Essef and Richards, so if it turns out that that same move is made on lap number 8 or the finish of lap number 8, it would still go to the team of Essef and Richards. So maybe Levecki trying to figure out where the strategy might be. We'll see how it unfolds here as there's still a lot of laps left to go in this one as race leader is up through turn number 4 over the crest of hill and 5. Looks like Essef dives down on the inside one more time. So move Essef back up to the top step of the podium while Levecki runs a little bit wider, but Levecki flexes the muscle of his 1000cc bike, works right back around the outside, stretches out 12 bike lengths or so as they rocket back down into turn number 8. But credit to Essef and Richards as those guys are riding a 600cc stock engine versus a 1000cc monster that's in Levecki and Dobrowski's rig as that duo works their way over through turn number 9 over by the museum one more time.
Oh, somebody going wide just past Charlotte's Web. We see a rig pulling off up there. You can see it on your screen right now.
Looks like one rig going a little wide out of turn number 6 over in Charlotte's Web. Don't know if that was intentional or not, but seeing how the rider and passenger are now walking away from the rig, I'm going to feel that it was probably more mechanical than anything. So it looks like bike number 46X retiring early from this race as they're looking to get some help. That would be the team of Rammer and Rammer trying to move the bike into a little bit more safer position. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues as Peter Essef and D. Richards once again back in the lead. That time a little bit more of a substantial lead as Levecki and Dobrowski weren't able to rocket past them that time. They kind of hung back a little bit. So it's Essef and Richards' turn to lead this one as they work their way down through turns number 2, 3, waiting for them to come up into view here through turn number 4. Then third across the line is A&Z, the team of Dukas and Dukas, as those guys are holding on to that third place position. Meanwhile, Levecki this time sits back and lets Essef lead through Charlotte's Web as right there. It looks like Peter Essef gets a great drive out of 6 one more time over the crest of the hill. But once again, Levecki just stretches the legs of that 1000cc monster and rockets past Peter Essef. I know that's got to be frustrating to be leading like that and just have somebody just come blowing past you. And then you got to do it all over again, trying to figure out how to make the pass in the backfield here again. But he's been able to do it twice so far. But we'll see how it's going to work out as that duo is battling their way out of turn number 10, waiting for him to come back into view here in just a moment as they work through turns number 11. Here they come. It looks like Levecki still holds about a 3 bike length or 4 rig length advantage over Essef as they work their way through turns number 11, 12, back over through 13 and 14. We'll see where evidently Essef's making the pass back there somewhere because the last couple of laps he's been coming out of turn number 17 in the lead. Again, we'll see how it's going to shape up, waiting for him to come back into view here in just a moment.
Great job.
Here they come down the front straightaway, passing one of the slower rigs, and Essef's still out front with Levecki kind of sitting up there a little bit as they dive down into turn number 1 one more time. Going down through the grids, or through the results rather, A&Z, the team of Dukas and Dukas back there in third, Bill Weimeroff and his passenger Hargis in fourth, Eric Green and Yampolowski on rig number 66D round out your top 5. 043, Dave Keckley and Jason Vaden back there in 6th, 37, Jim Jowers and another Yampolowski as a passenger in that 7th place. The team of X82, Trosper and Trosper, Eric Trosper, and I believe it's his wife back there in 8th, 93, Daniel May and Chawla as the passenger in that 9th place position in X48. Paul
Dan
Kohler
May and
Blake
Craig
round
Chawla
out the top
out
10
of Chicago.
as another team retires a
Couple
little
of
bit early,
BMW
pulling
friends
their
of
rig
mine,
off over
and Paul
into the
Kohler
grass.
and
So we're going to
the
have
awesome Miss Andrea
to
Blake.
pause on our calls for the next race after this one, as it does take us a moment to get
Adam
these
Kramer
rigs to have them towed back
And
in.
their passenger, Kramer and Thiesler, are out of
Where's
Philadelphia.
where they go.
And Larry Coleman, of
Race
course,
leaders out of
AMA
turn
Hall of
number 11
Famer
up
Larry
the hill
Coleman,
over to 12. Looks like Esseff and Richards still
his
holding the
passenger that
lead
he's been riding
with,
sidecars with since, I
Levick-
think, like the
Levicky and
1970s,
right
maybe
there
60s.
behind him. So,
Anywho, they've been
not
racing
sure
together
if
a
they're just
very,
kinda
very, very long
biding
time. They
their
just
time
kind
a
of
little bit or
reunited
what, but
recently
Esseff and Richards
and have been
about a 3 or
competing
4 bike
again
length advantage as
on
they
one of
work
their
their way
rigs.
back
Larry
in
Coleman
through
saying that
back
this is going to be his
section.
last year,
Levicky
however.
was, going to sit back and find out and watch Esseff to try and figure out where his lines are, because he kept getting passed back there, so he might be just playing a little bit of game of cat and mouse, as it looks like Esseff has really stretched out his lead that time, holding about a 6 bike length advantage over Levicky as they start their next race. Halfway flags on this one, letting them know that they've got 4 done and 4 left to go, as a tight race for Peter Esseff and his passenger, Mr. Richards, out there leading Brett Levicky and Mr. Dobrowski. Ryan.
But yeah, this
What's
is
Richard's
going to
last
be
name?
the
Dustin,
combined
Dustin.
sidecar classes, because this is a little bit of everybody. So we've been seeing a lot, of
Dustin
course, the more
Richards,
high
the
horsepower
passenger on
modern
PF's
sidecars
rig,
up in the
leans
front.
out way out
But
one
you know,
more
not
time as
not
they
pay
work their way
attention
through
to
turn
our
number
lost
6,
era
which is
sidecar
Charlotte
friends
Webb,
and our
up the
Super
rest of the
Vintage and
hill
Formula Classic
with,
friends.
Bike number 285, Brett Levicky, and he finally decides to motor past him once again with Brian Dobrowski as his passengers moved Levicky and Dobrowski once again back up to the top step of the podium, since they're making halfway. Once they come around and complete that lap, then it would be everybody had seen halfway, so then it would be a completed race. So we'll see if Levicky is still able to hold the lead as that duo work their way out from behind the museum turns here in just a minute and move Esseff back again to the lead. I've got to try and get some cameras back there to find out where Pete's making his move on Brett, as Esseff once again back up to the lead over Levicky and the team of Dukas.
Some folks heading into the hairpin right now. This is Charlotte's Web, carefully navigating that corner.
Race leader once again, 14, Peter Esseff again, all the way
Cruising
down the
under
front
there right
straightaway
now.
with 285, Brett Levicky right there behind him. So everybody's seen halfway. So should something happen where we have to stop this race early, it would be considered official, as these guys are having just an epic battle out there. A stock 600cc powered rig against a 1000cc powered rig, as Esseff once again up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 6. Dustin Richards way out on the edge of the rig, as is Brian Dobrowski. Those passengers, aka the monkeys, as they're sometimes referred to, as they work their way around turn number 6 and 7. Looks like Levicky's not quite running as strong down that back straightaway that last time. Not sure if he's
A bit of a race
giving
happening on
his
this front
rig
straight.
a bit of a rest, or what's going on, as Pete Esseff puts his head down along with Dustin Richards, and they dive down into turn number 8 and 9 one more time.
Let's go take a gander at race monitor one more time.
Are they? Cool. Looking on back for the field, we've been talking about the leaders up there. It looks like Tony Dukas and his wife, Lisa Dukas, are having a pretty good battle themselves for that third place position between 64, Bill Weimeroth, and his passenger, Nick Hargis. So those guys are having some fun out there themselves, while Peter Esseff still showing Brett Levicky the fast way around this track out on this next lap. Oh, really? That way? Race leader one more time across the start-finish line, and it looks like Levicky's dropped back quite a bit that time, so not sure if he's running into a bit of a mechanical issue or what. But Peter Esseff and Dustin Richards had a pretty good lead that last time. We'll see if they're going to be able to maintain it here in the closing laps. Just a few more laps left to go. 8NZ Tony Dukas and Lisa Dukas still holding on to that third place position, but looks like Bill Weimeroth on 64B and his passenger Nick Hargis running pretty tough themselves. And again, the Dukas is running a 600cc powered machine. Well, Weimeroth and Nick Hargis are out there again on another 1,000. As it looks like Levicky on 285 dropping back a little bit more. Now, he and Esseff were racing each other heavy on the track, but they are in different classes. So I believe that Essen was running out there in the modern sidecar TT2, where Levecki was in the US
Some of our
F2 class. So it
Lost
maybe
era
just said, you
folks
know,
out
I
there
don't want to
just
burn up my
crossing
tires.
start
I've
finish
got to
now.
win in my class, second overall. It might be enough to handle it, as white
Some of the
flag should be
faster
coming out
rigs
next
as
time
well,
by for our
heading
race
into
leader, as
turn
bike
one.
number 14, Peter Essett, once again out of turn number 10 up the hill over through 11 and 12 here. White flag out in hand with the starter, waiting for them to come around one more time. Where are you guys out of? Where are you guys out of?
Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
Alrighty, and white flag is out. Last lap for our next little crew coming through here. There
White
we
flag
go.
out for your race leader, bike number 14, Peter Essett and Dustin Richards, as they start their final lap. Then it's going to be 285, Brett Levecki and Brian Dobrowski. They are running their final lap too, as we've got one rig stopped out over in turn number 2 off the side of the track with the mechanical. Looks like they're way off of the race line, so they shouldn't be an issue here. Let's go first call. First call for race number 9. Formula Vintage presented by Racetech. Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycle. 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 9. First call, race number 9. They got it moved, but that was sketchy.
That was really sketchy. It still is sketchy.
Yeah. Where's my leader? Is he already over in the back section?
Yeah.
I think he might be over in the back section. It's about the time he went back over there.
So you're looking to fill some time at the restaurant?
It's going to be enough to pick up of the
Yep.
t-shirts
Yep.
because it close it to the merchandise.
Okay. Thank you. Will do.
Thank you so much.
Looking back up towards the back section of the course, waiting for our race leader to come around here in just a moment. It was bike number 14, Peter Essett and Dustin Richards, had worked themselves out to a substantial lead, as everybody else seeing the white flag. I've lost track of where they're at, but they've got to be coming around here in just a moment. There's checkered flag in hand with the starter, waiting for them to pop out of turn number 17. And here they come. Bike number 14, Peter Essett and Dustin Richards, taking the unofficial win overall as Dustin celebrates, working their way down the front straightaway. And then it's going to be bike number 285, Brett Levecki and Brian Dobrowski, coming home unofficially in second overall out there, first in class themselves. Then looking back up the field here, waiting for our next group of riders to work their way through. Not sure if it was going to be Bill Wilmeroth should be up next. It looks like the team of Ducases might have had a mechanical issue out there, as they dropped out of that third place position. They're shown down in that 7th place position. I know we had a rig that was stalled over in turn number 2. I wonder if that might have been them, as waiting for 64B Bill Wilmeroth to come across the line here in just a moment.
Let's go take a gander at the race monitor for your official, unofficial results.
Announced to control. I'm guessing it's going to take us a minute to pick
So
these
again,
guys
this
out
is
and
going to
control
be
back in.
this is going to be folks that are in the much faster modern sidecars, the TT2, the Formula 2, the Formula 1, Formula Classic. Those much more powerful rigs are usually these guys up at the top, and then as we get a little bit further down, that is going to be folks that are in the
Checkered flag waves out there for 64B,
Lost
Bill Wilmeroth
era
and Nick Hargis, as they take the unofficial
type
third
sidecar racing. So
overall.
let's go take a look.
Who have we got out there?
Kevin Starr. He's renowned as passing from J9. It's hard better than me. He's pronounced Bernard's last.
Okay, hang on.
But
a
yeah,
second.
again, like I was saying earlier, Larry Coleman has been racing for a very, very, very long time. He's a Hall of Fame member. He's announcing his retirement from racing this year, but who knows? I don't know. He says he's going to retire, but I don't know if he's going. I don't know if he's going to be able to just sit here and watch. He's a pretty can-do kind of guy, but it was awesome to see him and his passenger as well that he's been racing with for a very long time. And
Interview with this guy here in a minute. Sorry about that. It's going to take us a moment to get these rigs pulled down.
And that's Harald Carlin from Germany and Larry Coleman, who I was just talking about. But my buddy Eric Green out of New York. Jacob Trosper from the Trosper Racing family out here. All sorts of rad people.
I want to shoot a Ferris whip on that one.
All right, let's get back to the track.
As it's going to take us a minute to get some of these bikes cleaned up and brought in out here, we've got a special person here with us. Who have we got here, sir?
Kevin Starr with Big Dog Garage Sidecar Racing.
And who's the team owner for that one?
Bernard Hughley, and we race for Jay Leno.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Are you, why are you not out here with us
Well,
today?
Bernard's schedule had changed and we had to cancel, but I'm here to support and already have my reservations, and I said, I'm just going to come out and have fun.
So you're going to come and join us here in January down at the Daytona,
Oh,
right?
we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see those sidecars on that banking down there.
It's going to be definitely exciting, and I believe there's going to be a lot of sidecars.
That's going to be so cool. You stoked for it?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, cool. I appreciate you coming on out. Thanks
Absolutely.
for visiting us. You guys enjoy the rest of the racing out there today. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Thanks,
Your
man.
sister told me to tell you hi.
Oh,
Jackie.
Jackie. Yeah, we met?
Yep. Good
Yes,
to see you
that's
again.
right.
Good to see you
That's
again.
right, I know. I need to eat.
Jackie,
No, go
turn your
eat.
Facebook
Go
on.
eat.
I've talked to her.
Awesome.
All right, so let's get ready for race number 9. Our next race is going to be Formula Vintage. Thank you, buddy. Safe travels.
I will.
Good to see you.
Absolutely.
Formula
It's not the paddock, and Let's
Vintage.
go second call. Second call for race number 9. You guys are going to be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 9. Second call for race number 9. If you guys want to make it up here in a minute. Second
There
call
we
for
go.
race number 9.
Formula Vintage. Sportsman 500.
Once again, second call for race number 9. Formula Vintage presented by Race Tech. Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycles, and 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 9. Formula Vintage presented by Race Tech. Sportsman 350 presented by Niche Cycles, and 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. You guys will be up in just a moment. Second call, race number 9.
Alrighty, that's everybody. So this is going to be 350 Grand Prix, Formula Vintage, and Sportsman 500. You want me to read this?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Huh?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Yep. Well, alrighty, race fans, we are heading into race number 9 for today. Race number 9. This is going to be Formula Vintage.
Yeah, give me a minute. Go.
Alrighty.
We had more time.
We had to get everybody out here.
We had more time.
Alrighty.
You're good.
Alrighty, race number 9, Formula Vintage, sponsored by Race Tech Suspension. This is going to be race number 9, Formula Vintage. Since 1984, Race Tech has been perfecting the science of motorcycle suspension. They offer performance springs, legendary gold valves, G3S custom shocks, TNK fork tubes, drum brake arching, and complete suspension rebuild services for vintage and modern motorcycles. Vintage specialist Matthew Wiley will be at the track this year at several events, including the Barber Vintage Festival this weekend, to assist the AHRMA racers. So make sure you stop by if you've got any questions or suspension needs. Racetech has been an AHRMA sponsor since 2009, and in addition to backing the competitive Formula Vintage road race class, they are a series sponsors for this class. Sportsman 500, sponsored by Niche Cycle Supply. Niche Cycle Supply, offering the largest Mikuni inventory in the nation, and supplying a vast selection of vintage street and off-road parts and accessories to the world. Niche Cycle has you completely covered, from simple repair and maintenance to major custom and restoration projects. We stock everything we sell, so we can ship it to you the same day you order it, because at Niche, we understand the passion. The Sportsman 500 class consists of 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines, maximum of 3 cylinders allowed. No fairings and drum brakes are required. Class typically pits British twins against Hondas, Ducatis, and even BMWs. 350 Grand Prix sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. We feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, custom builds, motor work, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. This class is for 1968 and earlier machines, including 350 4-strokes, 350 air-cooled, single-cylinder 2-strokes, 250 liquid-cooled, single-cylinder 2-strokes, 250 air-cooled, twin-cylinder 2-strokes. This includes some rather exotic purpose-built race bikes, AJS, Yamaha, Harley-Davidson AHRMA, and ERCRTT. Converted production bikes are also in this class, Ducati singles and Harley-Davidson Sprints, and AHRMA, of course. Alex McLean took the 2018, 19, and 2020 championships on his Rob McKeever-sponsored AHRMA. That is your race number 9 here at the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival.
Thank you. As the racers take to the field, here's how they're going to grid up when they come back around. Row number 1, 117 David Crussell, 1B Kevin Rammer, 237 Matt Esterline, and 118 William Brent. Row number 2, it's 03 Jesse Davis, 949 Keith Powell, and 31 Martin Jarusik. Row number 3, it's 736 Stephen Pettinger, and bike number W13 Warren Wilson. For the Sportsman 500 field, back on row number 5, it's going to be 1P Eric Cook, C85 Simon Brown, 33 Kevin Hipp, and 072 Michael Murray. Row number 6 is 31X Stephen Hipp, 117X Marcus Esterline, and 132 Greg Potter. Row number 7 is going to be 334 Scott Turner, 797R Ken DeBedlack, 30 Graham Carlton, and 32X David Felpel. Row number 8, it's going to be 76U Gary Swan and 777 Joseph Wright. For the 350 GP field, it's going to be 122 Alex McLean, 1B David Roper, and Z7 Jerry Duke, and 309 Tim Joyce. Row number 11, it's going to be 950 Don Hollingsworth, 79R Craig Light, and 679 James Korn. Back on row number 12, it's going to be bike number 127 Robin Scudder, 37 Jim Jowers, 87 Eric Watts, and bike number 80R Helmut Niederer. On row number 13, it's going to be 36T John Tunstall, 9A John Steed, and 14K Ken Newt. That's going to be your field here for race number 9, the Formula Vintage presented by Race Tech, Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycles, and 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. They're all up there already. Wow, that was fast. 03 Jesse Davis is out there. What's your odds on that one?
What's your over and under?
What's your odds on that one?
Yeah, very, very fast class, super duper stacked. This one's always a really, really good time.
As the flag waves, looks like 1B Kevin Rammer gets a jump, but here comes bike number 03 Jesse Davis storming up the inside to lead the field down in through turn number 1. Wasted no time trying to check out the rest of them as he pulls 3 or 4 bike lengths on the rest of the field out on the exit of 1 over into turn number 2. Meanwhile, Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycles. Those guys rocking across the start-finish line down into turn number 1 themselves. Meanwhile, Jesse Davis on 03 all the way over to turn number 5 down in the braking zone for turn number 6 with 1B Kevin Rammer back there in second. Rammer just coming off of the ride in the sidecar race. running second in his class. Meanwhile, the 350 GP field away on the third wave back there as they work their way down into the opening turns here in this race number 9.
Maybe that's why Kevin Rammer had to pull off the course real quick.
It might be.
He just wanted to get to pit out
Yeah.
and go get ready for this race.
Well, actually,
He was in a hurry.
I think, but they still had to get towed in over there. He might have said, "Here, honey, you drive the rig back. I'm going to run back across and get ready for my next race."
I mean, sidecars are grocery getters. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? They're meant for running errands.
Yeah.
I tease, I kid. Don't eat me alive in the comments. I love sidecars. I'm totally joking. I've raced sidecar here at Barber years ago as a passenger. Alrighty, and at first wave is already making their way through 16 and 17. That would be the Sportsman 500 class. Let's go see. Yep, already on start-finish line. Already on the front straight.
Race leader, bike number 03, Jesse Davis out there wasting no time to once again set an unbelievable opening lap as he's got over a front straightaway lead over second place rider, going to be bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. Battle shaping up here with that third place position between 949 Keith Powell and 118 William Prentice. Those guys are pretty much side by side across the line here, trying to figure out who's going to stand on that third step of the podium. Then it's going to be bike number 237, Matt Esterline, rounding out your top 5. W13,
Look at this
Warren
race
Wilson
going on.
across the start-finish line to 1B, Aaron Cook. He's running 7th overall, coming in for the Sportsman 350 or 500 class, leading bike number C85, Simon Brown. Then it's going to be 117, Marcus Esterline in 9th, and 31X Stephen Hipp rounding out your top 10. As again, Jesse Davis setting an absolutely blistering pace on the second lap out here. He's going to have a half a lap on these guys by the time they get to the halfway point.
I thought you were going to say ballistic, and you wouldn't be wrong. What is he aboard? A 1982 Yamaha XV920RJ.
Oh, I know that.
I'm not
bike.
even familiar with that bike,
Yeah, he races out of Texas.
but it's fast as all get out, is all I know.
It's the son of Lurch. I think they actually did an article in Road Racing World and Technology a couple of months ago about it. It was back in the mid to late 80s. They took what used to be the Yamaha had the 920 Virago series. They came out with for the 81, 82, and 83. Well, in Europe, the European models, they came out with the R models, RH, RJ, and RK.
Oh,
And they
now
had
I want to go
enclosed
see
chains
this
and lithium
bike.
grease, and it was a really weird looking, funky style. They weren't
But
real
it's a
good
V-twin.
sellers, but it was a V-twin.
Yeah.
And somebody built one for the Battle of the Twins back in the mid '80s to race with AMA, and the thing was just stupid fast.
Okay, now I'm curious.
And,
Now I'm
but
intrigued.
that bike ended up either being blown up or sold, and somebody decided to build another one. I saw that bike over Crescent in Texas back in, I believe, in July, and it is just unreal how fast it is. Not much to look at, but boy, it flies. I think that's why they named it Lurch. But that would make sense why he's going so fast on that thing.
When you said that, I was like, that's not very nice, Jay.
That's true.
I don't think we're allowed to say that about people.
Oh, not the people, the bike.
You gotta be specific, Jay. Well, now I'm really curious about that machine. That sounds excellent. I really want to go check it out. That Virago is making really interesting custom bikes nowadays, too, because they're so cheap.
Well, yeah, it's a 40-year-old motorcycle.
Yeah.
Well, almost a 49. If it's an 82, it's 39 years old. Bike 03, Jesse Davis continues his domination of this race over 1B Kevin Rammer, and bike number 949 Keith Powell still holding on to that third place position as the rest of the field starts to stream out here and spread out here in race number 9.
Alrighty, let's take a gander over at Race Monitor real quick. And see what we can see over here. So your scoring: Davis, Rammer, Powell, Brent, Esterline. Powell just crossing start finish. Brent right behind him. So that means Mr. Jesse Davis must be up in the middle of the pack by now. So let's go track him down. Well, I think he's headed over towards the museum. But look at this race that's shaping up out here. Pretty good looking battles going on.
Green and white flags in hand with our starter, letting Jesse Davis know he's going to have 4 done and 4 left to go when he comes back around to begin his next lap. As once again, he is absolutely dominating this race, running away from everybody as he's still working the back section of the course right now.
Looks like somebody had to pull off on the back side of the track. There's something moving around out there.
Yeah, it's bike number 950.
So this looks like somebody might have had a mechanical.
03 Jesse Davis seeing the halfway flags now as he starts in the second half of his race. Still waiting for bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. He's holding on to second in class, waiting for him to come back around to start his next lap here in just a moment. He is going to have half a lap. There goes your second place rider, 1B Kevin Rammer, starting his second lap. Meanwhile, race leader 03 Jesse Davis already over the crest of the hill, over at 7, headed down that back stretch at 8. So I was just about right here to halfway. He had just about a half a lap on the rest of the field as he's working his way over through turns. Leader working his way over through turns 8 and 9 right now.
Yeah, very smooth sailing going out there for Mr. Jesse Davis.
Yeah, he's flying. Wow. Jeff Nelson is back-to-back in races 9, or 10, 11, and 12. 3 races in a row. That's going to be fun for Jeff Nelson.
And that was Jesse Davis just now crossing start finish. He's already deep into turn 1 already by the time I switched the camera over there. Slow down, buddy.
Bike number 03, Jesse Davis, continues to dominate this race as he's got about a half a lap lead over second place rider, bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. Since Davis has finished halfway, and everybody has seen halfway, whatever happens in this race, it will be considered a complete race as Davis works his way over into the turn 6 and 7 area right now, looking back up towards turn number 17. Here comes your second place rider, bike number 1B. That'd be Kevin Rammer across the start finish line as Davis is all the way over turn number 8. Still looks like bike number 949, Keith Powell, getting the better of his battle with William Brent. So Powell solidly there on the step for third place as he begins his second half of the race. He's off over there outside of Charlotte's Web trying to cut the course. Mechanical.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Because they just pulled off, so they're fine. They're just some sort of mechanical issue.
Can't see a number though. It's good we got back to backs this week because we certainly might have to do pickups.
Let's go take a look again at race monitor for this race number 9. You can see it's broken down into different classes. Formula Vintage, Jesse Davis is in 1, Rammer in 2, Powell in 3rd, and then as we keep going down, Sportsman 500, Hip, Stephen Hip, the Hip family, always super fast. Stephen Hip and Kevin Hip.
I think so.
Yeah, they're always super quick. Father and son team out here. They love to duke it out. They love to bang bars. They're very exciting to watch. Stephen Hip looks like he is going to be in 1. Eric Cook in 2 for Sportsman 500. Simon Brown in 3. trucking down. And as far as the 350 GP, Alex McLean in one in that 350 GP class. Graham Carlton, I'm not sure what class he is racing in. David Roper also out there in this class. One of the, if not the only American to win the Isle of Man.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I know he's definitely raced it. I'm pretty sure he's won there.
Yeah. But I don't know if he's the only American. But I think he was the first.
He might have been the first, yeah.
Yeah.
Or he might have been the only one to win in his class, too. That might be it.
But still racing very fast. Clearly.
White flag in hand with your starter, waiting for 03, Jesse Davis to come back around one more time. Kevin Rammer still back in third, Keith Powell in fourth, in third rather, William Brent in fourth, Matt Esther Ryan rounding out your top five. 31X Stephen Hitt back there in sixth, 1P Eric Cook in seventh, C85 Simon Brown in eighth, 132 Greg Potter back there in ninth, and 117X Marcus Esterline rounds out your top
Cruising
10
on
as
into
the
turn
white
one
flag out
already.
for your race leader, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, as he starts his final lap. Announced to control.
Hunter Longshore, is that hip hip hooray for for Kevin and Stephen Hip out here that are racing? Was that a pun? Were you making a dad joke? And yes, it is. It's Kevin and Stephen Hip.
Yep.
Yeah, they're always fun to watch. They were very exciting at Laguna Seca, which was the last AHRMA race that I was
Attention
at.
out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1 presented by William Dokianos. Next Gen Superbike presented by Midstate Distribution. And Sound of Singles 2 presented by Moto Caddy. Again, it is first call. First call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. Again, first call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. First call for race number 10.
And if you're just now tuning in and you're wondering what this white flag shaking in front of the camera is, that's not just a super appropriately timed white flag. That's actually because these cameras, I climbed up and put them on the roof of the building, and there's a bunch of Barber museum flags that line the entire roof line.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, making it look easy as he is lapped deep into the field here in a very commanding win here for race number 9 in the Formula Vintage field.
Very interesting racing. Now I'm gonna have to go track down this bike. I'm super curious.
You need to, and take a bunch of pictures of it and post it out there. It's a work of art. Like I said, it's not your typical, Delta box swing arm, GSXR. It's definitely a different.
If anybody's watching, tell Jesse Davis to come up here and come talk to us. Alrighty, race number 9. Everybody's starting to make their way back home here.
Want to remind everybody that when we're done racing, we need to make sure that we clear the paddock 2 hours after we're finished. So by 7 o'clock, everybody needs to be packed up and moving on. Again, just a gentle reminder: once you're done racing, it might be good to start breaking your pits down, because once the checkered flag flies on the final race, we have 2 hours to be able to clear the paddock. Also want to remind everybody that when your racing is done for the day, or racing is done for this weekend, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder. Again, once the racing is done, or once your racing is done for the weekend, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder. So it looks like Jesse Davis taking the unofficial win with 1V, Kevin Rammer coming home in second, and 9:49 Keith Powell rounding out your top 3. Attention in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment Again, it is second call, race number 10, Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike 2, and Sound of Singles 3, second call, race number 10. Also want to put out there, the AHRMA merchandise booth will be open for just about another half an hour, about another 30 minutes. It's not too late to get yourself down there and get yourself a 2021 t-shirt or commemorative t-shirt here from the event this weekend. Plus, I was told that there are still several people who pre-bought their t-shirts for the event that have not picked them up. If you're here, you need to make your way down to the merchandise booth as quickly as possible, as they will be closing in about 30 minutes. Again, the merchandise booth will be closing in 30 minutes, so it's not too late to get down there and still get yourself a 2021 AHRMA t-shirt or a commemorative t-shirt from the event this week. And for those who pre-bought their t-shirts, if you haven't picked them up, you need to do so within the next 30 minutes. Again, AHRMA merchandise booth closing here in 30 minutes.
CJ, if you ask the internet shall provide. I put it out there that I was curious about this bike.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearson replied, his dad built the original one, Jesse Davis' bike, built the original one that Kevin Schwantz raced. So very cool. Thanks for the pro tip, Mr. Ricky Pearson. And then another comment in here that was great was from Mr. Hunter Longshore, who normally races with them. And he said he would be here racing with them if he wasn't a new dad who is staying home right now. So thanks for watching, Hunter. We appreciate you. Alrighty, so what's going on next out here? Let's take a little gander. Race number 10, this is Sound of Thunder.
Yep, Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Singles too. They got some pickups. I'm waiting for them to tell me when I can go third.
Alright. But thanks everybody for tuning in. We appreciate you. We've got a whole bunch of folks that are on right now with great comments, providing a little background information, which I
We've got
love.
everything moved around out there, equipment taken care of. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1 presented by William Dokianos.
Track down
Next Gen
these
Superbike
graphics. There we
presented
go.
by Midstate Distribution, and Sound of Singles 2 presented by Moto Caddy. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you on out. Again, it is third call, third and final call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. Again, you guys are up right now.
Alrighty. And this is what's
Looking
going
out
on for race number 10.
The Sound of Thunder 1, sponsored by William Dokianos. He wishes to thank all the volunteers. We are fortunate to be able to enjoy AHRMA. This is some of the biggest and fastest bikes in AHRMA road racing with the Sound of Thunder 1. It's open or unlimited displacement, 4-stroke singles, twins, and triples. Also open to AHRMA's 2-stroke bikes and even rotary engines. The Next Gen Superbike, sponsored by Midstate Distribution and Ned Heidel. AHRMA's mission with this class is to recreate and preserve the look and feel of the popular era of U.S. superbike racing. These machines based on production machinery available on the dealer's showroom floor. These motorcycles were modified within a set of rules that kept the machines looking relatively stock, but allowed a dramatic increase in their performance. Bikes that you're going to see out there from the mid-'80s to early '90s production machines taken from the showroom and modified into race bikes. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc's and 4-cylinder bikes up to 750 cc. Models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha are represented. This is an era when riders like Fred Merkel, Bubba Shobran, and Wayne Rainey ruled in the U.S. Then the Sound of Singles, too, sponsored by Frick and Starpoli from Moto County. That's Ron Starpoli and David Frick. These are liquid-cooled 4-stroke singles up to 450 cc's and air-cooled 4-strokes up to 610 cc's. The 450s typically have state-of-the-art road race chassis with modern motocross-based engines in them. Well, that is how the specs stand up for race number 10. As the field takes to the track, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, bike number 1A, Clint Austin, 15 RJ Padron, 41D, Brian Dobrowski, and 80H, Chris Hasemeyer. Row number 2, it's 131, Steve Metz, 19, Nate Kern, and 020, Jeff Nelson. Row number 3 is 329, Matthew Crabtree, 60, Eric Burrell, 660, John Beldock, and 77L, Patrick Lansau. Row number 4, it's 96D, David Schaefer, 457, Robert Olivia, and 222R, Jeff Graham. Row number 5, it's 60X, Rob Wines, 399, Ben Baker, 307, Andrew Johnson, and 21M, John Mulcahy. Row number 6, it's 9X, Kevin Calloway, 477, Ahmet Akaden, and 189, John Deucer. Row number 7, it's going to be 347, Jerry Pellegrino, 46, Bob Robbins, 21, Pat Wilkening, and 61K, Kyle Anderson. Row number 8, it's 175, Matthew Canava, and bike number 491, Brian Surtees. For the Next Gen Superbike field, back on row number 10, it's going to be 35R, Scott Billings, 919, Jim Baker, 14, Brian Larraborough, and 204, Patrick Patriola. Row number 11, it's 576, Christian Jensen, 34R, Rodney Menke, and bike number 10P, Michael Platt. Then on row number 12, it's going to be 610, Christopher Parent, and 054, Gilbert Jennings. For the Sound of Singles 2, back on row number 14, it's 3Z, Dave Frick, 80L, Ralph Starpoli, 43A, Steve Alexander, and 112, Adrian Jasso. Row number 15, it's 133, Paul Elledge, 510, Noel Corwin, and 87, Eric Watts. Row number 16, it's 602, Christopher Mock, 297, Mark White, 785, Steve Karatos, and 137, William Doyne. And rounding out your field on row number 17, it's 681B, Andrew Kruder, and 141, Larry Watts. That is your field here for race number 10, the Sound of Thunder 1, presented by William Dokianos, the Next Gen Superbike presented by Midstate Distribution, and the Sound of Singles 2 presented by Moto Caddy.
Alrighty. Race number 10, again out of a big 16 race day. Tons of racing action out here. Woo! It's just been, Jay, it has been very rowdy for these past 2 days. This has been a lot of racing. This is a lot of information going on here. Over 600 registered racers each day. Super crazy. Definitely the biggest grids I've ever worked and I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but this is pretty huge, just to show you how everybody wants to come to the Barber Finish Festival. This is totally jewel in the crown for the AHRMA Race Series for sure. This is a very special event. Now let's go check out race number 10.
It's definitely been a while since I've seen grids this size, for sure. I've been racing in some of the big year-end events like this. We've had up to 4 wave starts before, but that has been decades ago.
I'm not that old, Jay.
As the green flag waves, looks like bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer getting the jump on the field for the Sound of Thunder 1, leading them down in through turn number 1. Clint Austin, Steve Metz, Nate Kern's in there too. Those guys are all real fast. Looking back up to the start-finish line, Next Gen Superbikes on wave 2, now cleanly away as they rocket down that front straightaway. Then it's going to be the Sound of Singles 2. Waiting for them to come into play as race leaders. Bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, leading the field over through the braking zone, turn number 6, Charlotte's Web, and everybody's starting to go single file as looks like Hasemeyer gets passed by another rider. So in the 2-bike breakaway as the rest of the field gets up to speed as the Sound of Thunder 1 tries to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow there. Mid-pack as they're over the crest of the hill down towards turn number 8. Then Sound of Singles 2, that field cleanly away down into turn number 1. We'll get the full running order for just a moment when they complete lap number 1. Not sure who the lead rider is out there on the Super Motard, but it looks like Jasso's back there in third. I can't tell who's in second. Of course, I'm also not sure what Star Paul is riding this race either. That 133 Paul Elledge is out front on that Super Motard. It's pretty fast. Across the line out front, it is 1D, Brian Dobrowski, 9T, Nate Kern, then 133, Steve Metz. Then bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, back in fourth, and 660, John Beldock, rounding out your top 5. So Dobrowski leading with Nate Kern definitely stalking him at 131. Steve Metz right there behind him. As Dobrowski once again up over the crest of the hill, then down into turn number 6 over to Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, Steve Metz was trying to get racy there with Nate Kern, but Kern was able to outbreak him. So Metz trying to work his way up to the front, and he does. He rockets right past Nate Kern, so not sure what's going on over there.
A handful
As
of
a couple
people
of bikes
running
run
off.
wide down into Charlotte's Web. As the bikers having to take a little bit of evasive action as one rider down going to pick up his bike right now as things got a little crazy over into turn number 5. Missed that one.
So yellow flags are out. They're gonna get those folks all cleaned up and out of that zone, so everyone is safe. It looked like everybody popped back up. I think someone just might have slid out down there. That Charlotte's Web, that corner's tricky. You can't override yourself.
Kenny Roberts said, ride the fast corners fast and the slow corners slow.
I mean, that's good advice from Kenny.
Yeah.
Right, looks like race leaders should be coming up
Race
here.
leader one more time across the start-finish line. 41D, Brian Dobrowski, then 131, Steve Metz, 9T, Nate Kern holding on to that third place position. But he's got 77L, Patrick Lansu, and bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, starting to breathe down his neck. Starting to shape up to be a 3-way battle for that third step of the podium. 660, John Beldock still back there in 6th. 222R, Jeff Graham back there in 7th. 1A, Clint Austin in 8th. 329, Matthew Crabtree back there in 9th. And 189, John Deucer rounding out your top 10 as Brian Dobrowski showing the fast way around the track at 131. Steve Metz trying to reel him in while bike number 19, Nate Kern, has his hands full with a challenge back there for that third place podium step.
Great little battle out there, just passing start-finish line right now. Let's go take a gander at race monitor again and go a little bit further down the field into the next wave. There we go. So there's the next gen Superbike folks. Next gen Superbike folks. Then we get into some Sound of Singles folks. Looks like Star Poli is in 1 for Sound of Singles.
Not surprising.
Not surprising.
Dobrowski out there holding on to the lead, but Steve Metz definitely stalking, and then moves 77, Patrick Lansu, up into that third step of the podium with bike number 19, Nate Kern, dropping back in position, and bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, still holding on to that, rounding out your top 5. Looking back towards turn number 4, it should be Dobrowski. Here he comes with bike number 131, Steve Metz, still trying to chip away at his lead. They're going to start encountering some lap traffic here.
Leaders going into Charles Curve right now.
That's going to shake things up as Dobrowski is out front flying, but Metz really charging hard here. And the opening laps trying to reel him in as that pair gaps out over the rest of the field, rocketing down that backstretch between turns 7 and 8 over by the museum one more time. Patrick Lansu again back there in 3rd. Kern in 4th, Hasemeyer in 5th. Beldock still holding on to that 6th position with Graham back in 7th. Clint Austin back there in 8th. Doozer in 9th. And Matt Crabtree rounding out your top 10 as Brian Dobrowski rather, is still leading with bike number 131, Steve Metz, trying to reel him in. Race leader, bike number 41D, Brian Dobrowski, seeing the halfway flags, let him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. He managed to use that traffic to get himself a little bit of breathing room that time, as a couple of lap riders between him and Steve Metz, as Metz was back about 15-20 bike lengths here on that lap. And then 77L, Patrick Lansu with bike number 9T. Nate Kern trying to reel him in as Dobrowski once again over the crest of the hill into 5 down in the braking zone. Then Metz gets around those lapped riders, and it's going to be Patrick Lansu trying to reel in Metz. As again, the lap traffic definitely starting to become a factor here as the field is spreading out, and the leaders working their way into the back markers here at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, the disparity in power between those bikes sometimes gets a little nail biting when they run right up on each other. It always makes me a little nervous.
I didn't know that they would put sound. Yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm not the race director. I'm not the person who puts it together.
That feels awfully fast back there. I bet you that has probably got to be our next gen, our Thunder or next gen Superbike. I bet you it's Thunder. It's got to be Thunder coming down the last curves right now. Let's go check it out.
Race leader one more time. Dobrowski still leading Metz with Patrick Lansu right there again within striking distance with bike number 19, Nate Kern. Back a little bit further. And 88, Chris Hasemeyer still rounding out your top 5. So Dobrowski really turning it up here in the second half of the race. Steve Metz managing to match it as he's not been able to close in. Still a good 15 to 20 bike lengths between those two as they dive down in the braking zone. And bike number 77L, Patrick Lansu, back about that same distance off of Metz. As looks like Lansu runs it a little wide over out of turn number 6 over into 7, drops a few positions back, or a few more bike lengths back, but still solidly back there in third as Dobrowski continues to show the field the fast way around here as he's working his way over through the museum's turn right now. See again how traffic is going to play into this factor as we're past the halfway. So if something should happen, it would be a completed race.
Some real quick bikes on the backside of the track. I'm guessing again that this is the race leaders for Sound of Thunder 1. Not yet. These ones that are making the corner right now. That's what I'm guessing. Look at this drag race.
Looks like Brian Dobrowski had his issues out there as Steve Metz, 131. This time was right on Dobrowski's tail section, so it looks like traffic may be coming into play. Either that or Metz just pulled out all the stops on that last lap because they were about 2 bike lengths separated from each other, now about 6. Separate that pair as they dive down into the braking zone one more time over into Charlotte's Web, as they're going to have to get around one of the other back markers, but I don't think it's going to be an issue as they're both going to rocket by this guy on the back stretch going into turn number 1. Metz gets a great drive out of turn number 7. Looks like he's not able to make the pass on Dobrowski, but Brian's got to understand he's got Steve right there with it. He's got some company as these guys are chasing the lead out there, working their way down through turn number 9 over into 10. I believe they're going to come up with a battle up here for the Sound of Singles as there's 2 riders out there. I believe it's Adrian Jasso racing one of the Super Motard bikes. Those guys have been pretty much glued together nose to tail for the last few laps themselves as Dobrowski still leading Steve Metz out there for the Sound of Thunder 1. Here comes your race leaders. White flag out for Dobrowski and Metz, letting them know they've got one more lap to go. Then it's going to be 77L Patrick Lansu. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. Race number 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Formula 750 and Vintage Superbike Lightweight and 350 Sportsman. You folks will be up in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Formula 750, Vintage Superbike
These are
Lightweight and
your
350
Thunder
Sportsman.
race leaders
First call
going
for race
into
number
Charlotte's
11.
Web.
Out on the track, looks like the race leaders are in heavy traffic as Dobrowski gets around him. Oh, and Metz gets checked up by one of the riders. Now free and clear on the other rider, so Metz has got his work cut out for him. About 15 bike lengths between him and Dobrowski, where that last lap they were nose to tail into turn number 8 and 9. So we'll see what Metz has got up his sleeves as he tries to work his way and catch back up to Dobrowski as they're out of turn number 9 here, back down that little short chute over to turn number 10, waiting for him to come back into view here in just a moment as Metz is charging hard as they come out of 11 over into 12. Metz definitely within striking distance, about 6 bike lengths adrift of Dobrowski as they dive over through turn number 14 up over the hill over there to 14 and into 15. Waiting to see who it's going to be when they come back around on the front straightaway here in just a moment. I believe they've got free track, no traffic between them. As the race leaders here one more time out of turn number 17 at the line, it's going to be 41T Brian Dobrowski just nipping 131. Steve Metz, then it's going to be bike number 77L Patrick Lansu taking the unofficial third out there. That was a heck of a race.
That was a heck of a race. That was a nail biter.
Checkered flag continues to wave for everybody as they continue across the line. ADH, Chris Asemeyer was up there in 4th. John Beldock was back in that top 5. 19, Nate Kern was back in 6th. 1A, Clint Austin in 7th. 222R, Jeff Graham back there in 8th. 189, John Deucer back in 9th. And bike number 60X, Rob Wines rounds out the top 10 here as the checkered flag continues to wave. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, sponsored by the International CBX Owners Association. Formula 750 presented by NYC Norton. Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by Jim Ike. And Sportsman 350 sponsored by Toad Town Racing. You guys are up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. You folks are up right now. Again, second call for race number 11. Announced to control. Looking for 020, Jeff Nelson is a back-to-back. Oh, copy that, I must have missed it. Copy that. Looking on back down through the grids on this one from 11th on down, it was 329 Matthew Crabtree, 12th was 60 Eric Burrell, 13th was 175 Matthew Canava, 14th was 457. They just switched it off for me, so I missed that one as they moved on to the next race, but still holding on to pick up a bike out there. Looks like 020 Jeff Nelson. This was his first of 3 races.
Alrighty.
Charlotte's Web.
Oh yeah, the couple little bikes that ran off earlier. So let's get back to it. Race number 10. is just done, so we are now at race 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, sponsored by International CBX Owners Association, Formula 750, sponsored by NYC Norton, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, sponsored by Jim Ike, and Sportsman 350, sponsored by Toadtown Racing.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third and final call for our next race. Race number 11, Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. You guys are up right now. Again, it is third and final call for race number 11. Again, third and final call, race number 11. And for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, sponsored by the International CDX Owners Association. The International CBX Owners Association is the oldest Honda CBX club, and it's noteworthy that it is a single model motorcycle club, the Honda CBX 6-cylinder motorcycle, which was only produced for 4 years and still has a popular following. A variety of machines up through the 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes can be seen in this class. Race prep 4-cylinder Japanese bikes in the 900 to 1000 cc range are typically represented out here. Unlimited displacement pushrod triples such as Triumph Trident and BSA Rockets are also legal for this class, as are unlimited displacement twins, which include BMW, Moto Guzzi, and Harley Davidson. Even the 6-cylinder Honda CBX can be seen in this class. For the Formula 750, sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing life to pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engines and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motor work, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The machines that you'll see in this class, and this class is for 72 and earlier 600 to 750 cc 4-stroke machines up to 4 cylinders. They must be representative race bikes of the era with fairings and low clip-on style handlebars. Disc brakes and upgraded aftermarket frames are allowed. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Honda, Yamaha, Ducati, and BMW are all represented in this class. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight field, sponsored by Jim Ike, this is a variety of machines up through the 1980 Model 2 year based on showroom stock bikes. Overhead cam singles, including Yamaha's TT500s and Honda Ascots, are typically represented out there. Overhead cam twins to 470 cc's and pushrod twins to 650 cc's are also seen. 4-cylinder bikes, including Honda CB350 and 400, with a maximum of 400 cc displacements, can also be legal for this class. The Sportsman 350, sponsored by Toadtown Racing. With over 30 years of experience, Toadtown Racing's Gary Swan is the go-to guy for British and Honda twin race bikes for both dirt track, and road racing. Services include engine building, race prep fabrication, and more. Products available from Toadtown include race quality pistons, ignitions, bodywork, bike stands, and more. Visit them in the pits or look for bike number 59. For the 350 Sportsman class, these are 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. No fairings, drum brakes are required, and this field is normally dominated by the overhead cam Honda CB350s. As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. Row number 1, bike number 1R, Dennis Parrish, 117, David Crussell, and 03, Jesse Davis, and 092, Alexander Cook. Row number 2, it's 045, Curtis Adams, 118, William Brennan, 31, Martin Jarusik. Then row number 3, it's W13, Warren Wilson, and 237, Matt Esterline. For the Formula 750 field, it's 1D, Mark Morrow, 17, Kenny Cummings, 77D, Dan Soklovich, and bike number 114, Trip Nobles. Row number 6 is bike number 20, Brad Phillips, 731, Stan Keys, and 5S, Martin Morrison, then 808, Michael Wilson. Row number 9, it's 1Z, Matthew Joy, 864, John Rickard, 51P, Jim Ike, and 819, Lance Yeager. And then row number 10, it's 020, Jeff Nelson, and 426, Clint Coolin. And of note, this is the second of 3 back-to-backs that Jeff Nelson is running today. For the Sportsman 350 on row number 12, it's 69M, David Miller, 1P, Eric Cook, C85, Simon Brown, and 31X, Stephen Hipp. Row number 13, it's bike number 33, Kevin Hipp, 072, Michael Murray, and 132, Greg Potter. Row number 14, it's 76U, Luke Sayer, 88P, Jason Prang, 97R, Ken DeBelek, And bike number 050, Zika Perez. Row number 15 is 334, Scott Turner. And 32X, David Feldpel with 961, Stephen Miller. Then row number 16, rounding out your field is 777, Joseph Wright. That is your field here for race number 11. Also want to put out there, last call for AHRMA merchandise. These guys are closing up here very, very shortly. Again, last call for AHRMA merchandise.
And it looks like Curtis Adams was out there, chose to not participate in the sighting or warm-up lap. He perhaps is in BPM, which David Stark taught me stands for bike preservation mode.
Yeah.
Or RPM, racer preservation mode.
Or he might just not have heard me.
Or he might have been ignoring you.
Yeah, it's a chance that he didn't hear me. Which I don't know how with my voice, but a lot of people say, we can't hear you, Jay.
Well, it's very loud out there with all the engines.
She usually started with my wife. Love you, honey.
I was gonna say, don't smart mouth your wife. This is on the internet. This is
I know,
forever.
I know. As the green flag waves, once again, 03 Jesse Davis drops the hammer, leading the Vintage Superbike heavyweight field down into turn number 1. Looking back up through the front straightaway here, waiting for the second wave. Green flag and now in the air for them as it looks like bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, gets a great jump, ripping down the front straightaway as he runs up through the gearbox, then downshifting once down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, Jesse Davis up over the crest of the hill, leading the rest of the field down in through turn number 3. Here comes your third wave for the vintage for the Sportsman 350 class as they thunder off the front straightaway down into turn number 1. While Jesse Davis once again taking off and checking out on the rest of the field over in the museum turn right now. Attention out there in the paddock. Want to remind everybody that once you're done racing for the day, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. Also, please take your empty race fuel cans with you. Do not put them by the trash can. Do not put them in the trash can. The track is fining the club for every empty fuel can that is left on the premises. So please make sure you take your empty fuel cans with you and dispose of them properly. Again, please don't leave your empty fuel cans by the trash can. Please don't try and hide them in the trash can. The club will get charged for empty fuel cans. The track does do that because it's considered as hazardous material here in Alabama, and it has to have special permits to dispose of. So please make sure you take your empty fuel cans with you, and also please make sure that you turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing at the end of the day. Out front, it's bike number 03, Jesse Davis, being chased down by 45 Curtis Adams and 114 Trip Nobles. Then it's going to be bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, and bike number 1R, Dennis Parrish. That rounds out your top 5. So Jesse Davis is in the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. Curtis Adams running second Vintage Heavyweight Superbike. 114 Trip Nobles leading for the Formula 750. Then bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, the second there in the 750, and 1R, Dennis Parrish, rounding out your top 3 for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight with bike number 77Z, Dan Sloklovich. He's holding on to that third place position for the Formula 750.
So the top of the screen right now is your race leader, which is Jesse Davis aboard the Yamaha. And again at the top of the screen, making his way towards turns 15.
Davis across the start-finish line one more time. This time 045, Curtis Adams right there, keeping him honest and definitely working the draft on him. as those two rocket across the start-finish line. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number 114, Trip Nobles, leading for the Formula 750 field. He's got almost a full front straightaway lead on second place rider, bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, who was, Mark was nice enough to play his cornet this morning for us with the national anthem. So he's out there racing, holding second in class for the Formula 750 field.
I know, super talented Mr. Mark Morrow.
Yep.
Plays the horn, races like nothing, like amazing,
Yep.
and then also teaches is our AHRMA race instructor,
Yep,
right?
Yep. He
For the race
helps
school.
run the race academy. Yeah, he's been doing it forever too. Well, not forever, but enough years.
I was gonna say races like something and put a dirty word in there, which is why it took me a second. just to keep it real with you. But no, very fast. Somebody's having some sort of mechanical coming out of. Maybe a missed shift.
Yeah, probably just missed a shift. Yeah,
Missed
he's back
shift or
up to
something.
speed now.
Yeah, but very impressive. I really enjoy watching Mark Morrow.
He definitely has a wealth of knowledge that he certainly tries to pass along to all the students in the racing class. Out on the track, bike number 03, Jesse Davis still holding on the lead, but 045, Curtis Adams right there, been stalking him through most of this race as they're going to come up on white flag next time by. Then looking back up towards turn number 17, here comes your third place overall. It's going to be 114, Trip Nobles. He's leading for the Formula 750 class. But it's going to be bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, out of turn number 17 himself onto the front straightaway. He's running second in class for the Formula 750. As again, the starter has green and white flags in hand to let the race leader, bike number 3, Jesse Davis, know he'll hit halfway the next time by.
We are just underway with race number 11. This is obviously the Sportsman 350 Formula 750 Vintage Superbike Lightweight and Vintage Superbike Heavyweight classes.
Halfway flags out for your race leader 03, Jesse Davis, with 045, Curtis Adams, just about 6 bike lengths adrift of them as they cross the start-finish line. Going to have to work their way around some lap traffic. So now that we're halfway, a lot of racers will just, kind of take it easy in that first half, and then when they see the halfway flags, they really start to get serious and turn it up. We're going to see what's going to happen as Jesse Davis still holding on to the lead, while Curtis Adams definitely closes in on Davis within about 2 bike lengths, but runs just a little bit too deep through
Right
Charlotte's
there.
Web, and that gives Davis a little bit of breathing room as he gaps it out to about 6, now 8 bike lengths as they rocket up over the crest of the hill out of turn number 7. Back down that back straightaway. Trip Nobles still leading for the Formula 750 with Mark Morrow right there behind him, and it's going to be bike number 20, Brad Phillips. He holds on to that third place position for Formula 750. Then 1R, Dennis Parrish rounding out the top 3 for the vintage heavyweight superbike as he sees the green and white flags cross, let him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go himself. 819's off somewhere on the back section.
819 machine just pulled off. Kawasaki just had to pull off. They're fine, some sort of mechanical issue. Race leaders just cross start finish.
Race leaders, bike number 03, Jesse Davis still leads Curtis Adams, 045 there. as they have all seen halfway. So whatever happens, this race would be official. Waiting for them to come into view here. Looks like, again, they're going to have to be navigating their way around some of the slower bikes as they work their way up through some. Actually, it was Curtis Davis makes the move. He uses a slower rider to his advantage on that last lap. So as they came out of turn number 4 up into the back straightaway here through 5 and 6, Davis, or rather Curtis Adams, was leading. So it's Jesse Davis now, his turn to try and figure out how to get back around Adams, as Adams gets a great drive out of 7 and leads Davis over through turns number 8 and 9. Again, they are going to come up on another pack of slower riders, so we're going to see if Davis is going to be able to use it to his advantage and get back in the lead, or if Curtis Adams is going to be able to take advantage of it as they're out of turn number 9 over through turn number 10, waiting for him to come back into view here in just a moment. Adams still leading Davis
That's
as
them
they
at the top
work their
of the
way
screen.
around another couple of slower riders. Looks like Davis gets checked up just a little bit over into 12, into 13. Now he's clear around him as Adams still leading this one, as here they come, race leaders out of turn number 16 over towards turn number 17 here in just a moment. Rider down over in turn number 17. Here come your leaders out of 17 onto the front straightaway. At the line, it's a drag race. Who's it going to be this time? It's going to be Davis leading Adams once again. So Curtis Adams took advantage of some slower riders, but Davis managed to motor back around him on the front straightaway. As the laps continue to click down here, it looks like race white flag should come out this next time by. So Jesse Davis knows he's got some company with Curtis Adams right there behind him as they're working their way out of turns number 3 and 4 up over the crest of the hill down into 5 and 6. Davis still leading, but Adams right there pushing hard, try to work around the outside of Davis, but can't make that line work. Davis gets a good drive out of 5 over through 6 and 7, gaps out by about 6 to 8 bike lengths over Davis, or Adams rather, as they rocket down that back straightaway one more time.
Yeah, those two are having quite a battle out there. They are nose to tail going around this whole track. I wonder if he's just laying in wait, if he's just setting a trap.
Yeah, he's conserving his energy.
Exactly. Waiting to pounce.
Race leaders one more time out of number 10 over through 11 and 12. Davis still holds about a 4 bike length advantage over Curtis Adams as those guys work their way up through turn number 13 over into 14 one more time. White flag in hand with the starter. Waiting to wave it for either Davis or Adams, whichever one's going to come out of turn number 17 first, as they're still working their way through the back section of the course as we look up the hill towards turn number 17, waiting for them to come into view. Here they come. It looks like Davis is going to be pulling the motor with the white flag out over Curtis Adams, as Adams still within striking distance on this last lap. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call, race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2, Sound of Thunder 3. Again, first call, race number 12. Next Gen Superbike 2, Sound of Thunder 3, first call, race number 12.
All right, let's take a gander over at Race Monitor. This
Out
is going
on
to
the
be
track, Jesse Davis dives down into the braking zone, turn number 6. Looks like Adams might have gotten checked up just a little bit or had a bit of a moment out there as he's not
looks
able
like
to
Matthew
reel in.
Joy is in
Looks
one.
like Adams might be having maybe some mechanical
Vintage
difficulties as his
Superbike
bike just didn't
lightweight.
seem to go out of
Jim
turn
Ike
number
in
6, and that gave
second.
Davis the breathing room that he needed. So Adams got some work to do if he's going to be
John
able to
Rickard
try
in
and reel him
third.
in, as Jesse Davis, bike number 03, continuing to lead. 045 Curtis Adams. Trip Noble back there on 114, still leading for the Formula 750 class. Out front at bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, and then bike number 20, Brad Phillips, still rounding out your top 3 for the Formula 750, as Jesse Davis has to pick his way through a pack of lapped riders over here on this final last lap, up over the crest of the hill, down into turn number 13, 14, and 15. Adams then has to work his way around some of that lap traffic as they're through the final turns here of this last lap of race number 11.
Hey, Randy Hoffman, tuning in. How are you? I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope to see you at an AHRMA race soon.
Race leaders out of turn number 17. Checkered flag in hand for bike number 03 rather. Jesse Davis, then 045 Curtis Adams taking home the unofficial second. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number 114, Trip Nobles, taking the unofficial win out there for the Formula 750 field. We got somebody who wants to join us.
Hi guys, come on in. So I had some friends stop by the booth. Andrea Blake and Paul Guller from the sidecar class coming in to say hi. Hi guys. Hi guys. Say hello to the internet. Welcome to our office. So these are pals of mine at AHRMA who race in the sidecar class.
As the
How's
checker flag waves out on there, let's go.
Sweaty is what she
Second
said,
call.
sweaty.
Let's go second call. Race number 12.
Yeah, we had a blast.
You guys have a good time?
And Sound of
So
Thunder
great out
3. You
there.
folks
Well,
are up
thank
right
you.
now. And it is second
so much
call.
fun.
Second call, race number 12. Next gen Superbike 2.
This
and
track
Sound of
is
Thunder
amazing,
3.
is what
Folks will
Andrea
be
was
up in just a
whispering to us.
moment.
But it's not a secret. This track is amazing.
Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3. Presented by John and Candy Sneed. Second call, race number
It's a
12.
roller coaster.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a roller coaster all over the place. It's good to see you all. Are you all packed up? You're heading out of here?
We're packing one short.
Okay. Okay.
We
What's next
told
for
a
you?
couple of the grid workers we give them a ride on the sidecar because they want to build a sidecar too.
Oh wow! All right, so look at these two spreading the sidecar message out here, trying to make converts over to the sidecar land. Good for you. What's next for you? Where are you guys headed?
We want to do Daytona.
Heck yeah! In January?
Yeah.
That's what I said. Florida in January?
Get away
Yes.
from
Sign me up. Sign me up.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
Word on the street is that I will be there, but so
I hope
that's
so.
yeah, definitely. It's so good to see you guys.
Thank you
Let me
very
go
much.
back ahead and click on back over to this guy so we
Alright.
can tune in and get ready for the next race. But thank you so much for coming on up here.
I'm so sweaty.
Okay. Good to see you.
I mean, I stink.
That's what I thought.
He said he will.
Good to see you.
Well, I was. The air conditioning right now. Shoot for the 3 seconds you were here.
You know.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's fine. Safe travels. Thank you. I'll see you. See you. I'll be at Babcock's in a couple of weeks. I'll give you a holler in Akron.
Yes, please let me know when you're there.
Yep.
Next time, if you're something to Cleveland, you can let me
Drive
know.
carefully, guys.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I'll see you
Drive
guys.
carefully, guys.
All right. Some pals stopping by to visit us, Jay.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. Altitude control.
Jay's like, whatever, lady.
Sometimes towards the end of the day, maybe at the end of the day, our new assistant over here, Jennifer Miller, she said, I just want to hear him say, Jennifer Miller, come on down, like it's a crisis. She goes,
Special
"That was
requests
so cool."
here in the
I
AHRMA
said,
booth
yeah.
for Jay's special skill set. Okay, so race number 12 is Next Gen Superbike 2, Sound of Thunder 3.
Oh, yeah.
Where is this?
Once again, we're at second call. Second call for race number 12. Next Gen Superbike and the Sound of Thunder 3 presented by John and Candy Sneed. You folks will be up in just a moment. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing at the end of the day. And please, please take your empty fuel cans with you. Don't leave them by the trash cans. Don't try and hide them in the trash cans. The track will find them, and the club will be charged for their disposal. So again, please make sure you take your empty fuel cans with you and dispose of them properly. I'm being told now we're ready to go third call. Again, it is now a third call for race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2 and the Sound of Thunder 3, sponsored by Candy and John Sneed. If you guys want to bring them on up, we'll send you out here right now. Again, it is third call. Third and final call for Next Gen Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3 presented by Candy and John Sneed. You guys are up right now. Again, it's third call, third and final call for race number 12. For race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2. This is a new class that was started back in 2017, featuring early 1990s and early 2000s production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race bikes. The twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc from Aprilia or Ducati are represented out there, as are four-cylinder bikes that are 750 cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Doug Chandler, Ben Bosterman, and Matt Mladen were U.S. champions. For the Sound of Thunder 3, sponsored by Candy and John Sneed, these are the smallest bikes of the three Sound of Thunder classes, comprised of a variety of twin-cylinder bikes, including Harley's XR 1200. Machines can run push-rod overhead valve machines up to 1,000 cc's, overhead cam engines up to 3 valves per cylinder to 805 cc's, Single overhead cam liquid cooled V-twins up to 750 cc's, and overhead cam liquid cooled 4-valve engines up to a maximum of 650 cc's are represented in this class. As the riders take to the course for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, 35R Scott Billings 020, Jeff Nelson racing his 3rd race in a row. 15R JM Padron and 919 Jim Barker. Row number 2, it's 14 Brian Laraburl, 399 Ben Baker, and 60 Eric Burrell. Row number 3, it's 67M Mark Perone, 640 Jay Letts, 22 Philip Johnson, and 4X Irvin Kolek. Row number 4, it's 457 Robert Olivia, 784 Christopher Caden, and bike number 243 Steve Wilkening. And then row number 5, it's 111 Gary Orr. For the Sound of Thunder 3. Back on row number 1, it's bike number 80H Chris Hasemeyer, 811 Thomas Ryan, 553 Paul Canali, and 69M David Miller. Row number 8, it's 762 Shane Quigg, and 97K Kevin Grimmel. And bike number 75M Daniel Miller. Row number 9, it's 189 John Deucer, 410 Nathan Jessup, 1D Steve DeCamp, and 6T Teddy Honan. Row number 10, it's bike number 42 in Nick Hargis, 370 Brett Volkerts, and bike number 46 Bob Robbins. Row number 11, it's 242 Michael DeRoche, 600 Bob Demetrius, 2A Alex Spanos, and 901 Sean Vies. Row number 12, it's bike number 121 Rhett Horton, 4A John MacArthur, and 899 Clifton Ginger. Row number 13, it's X16 Ray Call, 55T Eric Eads, 18T William Kazzer, and bike number 347 Jerry Pellegrino. And rounding out your field on row number 14, it's 576 Christian Jensen, and 49 Dale Quarterly. That's your field here for race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3.
Man, Next Gen Superbike 2, 15 on the grid, and Sound of Thunder 3, which would be the smallest displacement of the Thunder classes, is not the smallest class because there's 27 people out there on this grid. And it is dominated by Suzuki SV650s. That is clearly the weapon of choice out here for this field, except for Kevin Grimmel, who is on a 2009 Harley-Davidson XR 1200. Oh my goodness. A little V-twin action out there. There's also going to be, he's a rebel for sure. And then there's also going to be Brett Folkerts is aboard a 400 Cowie Ninja, which is a very interesting choice and a great little track bike.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I support that. As well as Christian Jensen is also on a Ninja, and William Kazzer is also on a Ninja. So that's cool, but it is absolutely Suzuki all over the place. Dale Quarterly is on a Ninja 400. And unless it's a typo, James Rich is on a Ninja 300. Again, this is all the smallest displacement of the Thunder classes.
It's an older one, it could be a 300 Ninja.
It could be an older one that's a 300 Ninja. You're not wrong. That's just a little guy, but it says it's 2015. I don't know if they still made them in 2015.
Oh,
300?
yeah, they made the 250 Ninja from, oh my gosh, like 2000, what? 2, 8, somewhere in there. They were making it when they were making the EX500.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that by 15, I thought they bumped to 400 by then.
Yeah, that probably was the last year for a 300.
Oh, gotcha.
So I want to say they bumped to the 400s in 18, maybe.
But a great little track bike, and away they go.
Green flag waves as looks like 020. Jeff Nelson gets a good jump at 15R. Shane Padron gets a better jump. And I believe he's the one that leads the field down in through turn number 1. Looks like they're cleanly through. Looking back to the Sound of Thunder 3. Here comes that field. And as they rocket off the start-finish line, bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer getting the jump on that field, leading them down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, the Next Gen Superbike 2's up over the crest of the hill down in the braking zone. It's Padron Burrell that can't quite make out the rest of the field, but Burrell's got a real easy bike to see in that vintage purple and yellow livery from, dare I say it, Joe Camel days. But don't ask me what Joe Camel means because you can't talk about that online anymore. But yeah, Eric Burrell out there on that vintage painted bike out there at second, chasing down JM Padron on bike number 15R, and the rest of the field for the Next Gen Superbike 2 diving down over into the museum turns right now. It's amazing how, yeah, Joe Camel was, one of the sponsors back in the 90s, and then they took all that away.
Well, yes, they did. That's all right. We've got Monster Energy drink money now.
Exactly.
I mean, not me literally,
Red
not
Bull.
we like AHRMA, and not
Yeah,
me
no.
like Jackie Van
Yeah,
Ham,
yeah.
but I mean in motorsport.
Yeah, Red Bull.
Now it's just been taken over by energy drinks.
Red Bull and Monster, yeah, pick your poison. But I mean, I love our sponsors, Monster Energy.
I don't got nothing wrong with it. I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying.
Race leaders out of turn number 17 and out the front straightaway. Out front, it is going to be bike number 15, JM Padron, 60 Eric Burrell, 784 Christopher Caton. He was my mystery rider. Then 020 Jeff Nelson. Rounding out your top four, as I said earlier, this is his third race in a row, but he's not showing being tired at all as he's holding on to that fourth place position. And 35R Scott Billings rounds out your top five. 399 Ben Baker back there in sixth. 4X Urban Kolick back there in seventh. 14 Brian Laraburro back in eighth. 457 Robert Olivia back in ninth, and 67M Mark Perrone rounding out your top 10. How Quarterly's doing for the Sound of Thunder 3.
Quarterly on that Kawasaki Ninja we were discussing earlier. Everybody having some smooth sailing.
Showed up. Either that or he hasn't completed the lap yet. So there's a bunch of people here.
Oh, he should have by now. Did he make the grid?
Well, they had 42 on the grid, but you said you counted, what, 27?
I just was saying off of this,
Oh,
there's
off
27.
that,
Yeah. I didn't literally count that fast, Jay. I'm blind as a bat. You see that I'm wearing these glasses, right?
What glasses? I don't have mine on.
I'm almost that blind. Almost that blind. Alrighty, and your Next Gen Superbike 2 folks are making their way down the front straight right now.
Rider out of turn number 6. Here comes the drag race down the front straightaway. 784 Christopher Caton finding his rhythm, making a pass on JM Padron. Those guys were basically side by side as they crossed the start-finish line with 60 Eric Burrell there in that third place position, and 020 Jeff Nelson. Those four were all side or pretty much close together on that one. Then 35R Scott Billings rounds out your top five. So Christopher Caton, feeling racy, wants to step up on the top step of the podium, push JM Padron right back there in second rather. Eric Burrell in third, Nelson back and forth, Billings in fifth, and Ben Baker back in sixth as that sixth rider freight train works their way out of six up over the crest of the hill in seven. Back down the back straightaway they go. It looks like Eric Burrell trying to put a draft pass on Padron, trying to move himself up a podium step position as they drive down into turn number 8 and 9 over by the museum one more time. Want to remind everybody the museum has extended hours today. They are open until 6 o'clock this evening, so everybody out here in the Motorsports Park, if you hadn't had a chance to get over there, it's definitely worth checking out. Again, the museum is open until 6 o'clock this evening.
Alrighty, and the leaders are at the top of your screen right now. They're making their way towards turns 15 and 16. Sound of Thunder 3 is still making their way through that Charlotte's Web area right there. And then now let's go check out turn 17. So we should have somebody coming out here in just 1 second. Oh. Somebody from scoring. Is that your wife?
Race leaders once again, 784 Christopher Caton, Eric Burrell managed to make that pass stick as he's up to that second step of the podium. Then it's 15R JM Padron, 35R Scott Billings in fourth, and 020 Jeff Nelson dropping back a position, but still rounding out your top five, hanging on with bike number 399 Ben Baker back there in sixth. So a Caden up front, Burrell trying to reel him in. Here comes Burrell, takes a look up the inside. Can he make the pass work? They're down on the brakes, so put Burrell up to the front. Nope, they're still side by side. Out of turn number 6, now Burrell finally gets to the power, puts down the power, and now he steps up onto that top step of the podium. Boy, that was a gutsy pass through turn number 6 and 7. And bike number 60, Eric Burrell, made it work as he's now up to the top step of the podium. 784 Christopher Caton back there in second. 15R JM Padron still back on third with 35R Scott Billings in fourth, and 020 Jeff Nelson still rounding out your top five as Burrell finally finding his speed, leading the field down through turn number 9 over through that short chute over into turn number 10 as they rocket back up through the top of the hill through 11, 12, and over into number 13 with Burrell being chased down by Caden, then Padron, Billings, and Nelson.
All right. And your race-monitor.com results up on the board right now. Come on, you.
Halfway flags out for your race leader. Burrell still leading to Caden. Billings getting the better of his battle with Padron. So put 35R Scott Billings up onto the podium. 15R J.M. Padron at fourth, and 020 Jeff Nelson still rounding out your top five. So Burrell definitely turning up the power. Caden trying to stay with him as that bike. So those two bikes have had a bit of a breakaway over the crest of the hill. And Caden closing in on the brakes of Burrell, with Billings up there solidly in that third place position with 15R. J.M. Padron still in striking position. So if they run into some lap traffic, that may come into play with 020 Jeff Nelson, Ben Baker back there on 399, and I believe 111 Gary Orr starting to join the fray too as the laps continue to click down here as we've reached halfway. 69M. That would be David Miller. So David Miller, I don't have to wait for him. Oh wait, I wouldn't have to wait for him anyway. He's back to back in this one. Eric Burrell continues to lead Caden, but Caden really keen to try and work his way back up onto that top step of the podium as that duo works their way over through turns 14 and 15 right now, waiting for him to come back into view here on the front straightaway in just a moment to see what the gap's going to be as 35R Scott Billings still back there in third. Here come your race leaders. It is a horse race down the front straightaway. Burrell holding about 4 bike length advantage over Caden, and Billings out there solidly in third. Padron and Baker now mixing it up for that fourth place position has put Ben Baker up to fourth, Padron fifth, and 020 Jeff Nelson drops back into that sixth place position as bike number 784 Christopher Caden continues to stalk bike number 6E Eric Burrell as they work their way out of turn number 4 up over the crest of the hill down into 5. It looks like Caden just a little bit further back that lap, about 6 bike lengths adrift of those two as Caden closes in. Looks like Burrell got just a little bit out of shape over there in Charlotte's Web. It gets it gathered back up as he holds again, stretches it out to about 6 or 8 bike lengths, working their way down that back stretch. They are going to start encountering some lap traffic, so we're going to see how that's going to work out here in the latter half of this race. Everybody's seeing halfway, so it is considered a complete race if something were to go down out there. Burrell on 6E looks like he's got a little bit of breathing room. It's over there out of turn number 8, or rather 9 and 10 as he come back up the hill. Not sure if
Check
the
race
slower
monitor
rider was a
for also
factor in
our
that
Sound
or
of
not.
Thunder 3
But Burrell
results.
holding on to about a 10 to 12 bike length to lead over a Caden as they work their way up through the turns 13 and 14 area. We're going to see here in just a moment if that gap
Chris
remains the same or if
Hasemeyer
Caden's able
is
to
your
reel it
number
in,
1
working
for
their
Sound
way
of
down
Thunder.
that back
John
straightaway. Here
Deucer
they
in
come onto the
second.
front straightaway. Burrell still
Dick
holding
Miller,
about
3.
a 15 bike length lead
Thomas
that
Ryan,
time.
4.
Driving down into turn number 6. Meanwhile, Baker feeling racy himself, starting to reel in Scott Billings. So Billings might have some company out here for that third step of the podium. So a battle for the lead and a battle for third shaping up here as white flags should be coming out next time by with traffic in front of the race leaders. 3 bikes that they're going to have to get around as Burrell still holds about 6 to 8 bike lengths, then Caden closing into about 2 bike lengths through the middle of Charlotte's Web. Out of
Leaders
6
are in the corner
over
right
into
now.
7. Burrell missed a shift, and that gave a Caden the opportunity that he looks for. I don't know if Burrell missed a shift or his bike just burped on him, but it did not go like it was supposed to. Out of turn number 6 into 7. So Caden is right on him like a duck on a June bug as they've got lap traffic to get around down in turn number 9. It's going to be interesting to see what Burrell's going to do with this one as they work their way through that lap traffic over into turn number 10 and 11, waiting for him to come back into view. And it looks like Burrell managed to hold on to it and gap it out. So able to redeem himself a little bit, as it looks like Caden might have got checked up a little bit in that traffic. Yes, that duo now free and clear for another couple of turns as they work their way through the back section here of this exciting final, or next to the last lap here in race number 13.
I was gonna be so excited if one of
Or
them was
12
on a
rather.
Ducati after you busted out Duck on a June bug. Unfortunately, that's not the case. They're both aboard Hondas.
White flag out for your race leader. Burrell still leading a Caden as they come across the start-finish line. Billings still holding on to the third, with Baker dropping back a little bit with Padron. And here comes Gary Orr joining the mix with 020. Gary Jeff Nelson dropping back a little bit. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 13, Formula 500, Phillips Island Challenge, Thruxton Cup, and Sportsman 750. You guys will be up in just a moment. Again, it's first call, race number 13. First call, race 13, Formula 500, Phillips Island Challenge, Thruxton Cup, and Sportsman 750. First call for race number 13. Race leaders one more time out of 6 over into 7. This time Eric Burrell gets a good drive, but Caden is still right there with them, about 6 bike lengths adrift, then closing into about 4 as they dive out of sight over through turns number 8 and 9 over by the museum. Meanwhile, 35R Scott Billings still holding on to that third position with 399. Ben Baker back there in 4th as your race leader 6E Eric Burrell out of turn number 9 over to 10, now back up that back straightaway. Looks like Burrell still has a bit of breathing room, gaps out to about 10 or 12 bike lengths as they work their way over through turns number 12 and 13. And Caden looking for some lap traffic to help him out as he's trying to reel in Burrell here on an exciting last lap over through turns number 13 and 14. The leaders go. White flag continues to wave for the rest of the field.
Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to luck out and have anybody to block them.
Come onto the front
So this is
straightaway.
going to be a
And here they come in just a
drag
moment.
race.
It's going to be bike number 6E, Eric Burrell, taking the unofficial win over 784, Christopher Caden. And then 35R, Scott Billings, rounding out your top 10 with 15R, JM Padron taking 4th. 399, Ben Baker, rounding out your 5th place position in 111, Gary Orr. Then bike number 020, Jeff Nelson, and 18, Brian Larabro, running 7th and 8th. With the exciting conclusion of this one, let's go second call. Second call for race number 13, Formula 500, presented by Vintage Moto, the Phillips Island Challenge presented by Wilkinson Racing, the Thruxton Cup Challenge presented by NOLA Riding Academy, and the Sportsman 750 presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 13, Formula 500, Phillips Island Challenge, Thruxton Cups Challenge,
All right,
and
your
Sportsman
official, unofficial
750.
results.
Second call for race
Eric
number
Burrell
13.
in 1. Christopher Acaden 2. Scott Billings 3. And then as we go down the list, what am I looking for here? Sound. So it's going to be Chris Hasemeyer in 1 for Sound of Thunder 3. Dan Miller in 2 for Sound of Thunder. John Deucer in 3rd for Sound of Thunder. Like a duck on a June bug. I've learned so much today. I've learned so much.
Let me know when we got to go 3.
All right. Do we have a back-to-back racer for this class, Jay?
We got one still left, and we're going to do a quick pickup.
Ah,
We got some
gotcha.
company too.
When you were, I
Third and final call for race number 13, Formula 500, Phillips Island Challenge, Thruxton Cup, and the Sportsman 750. Again, you guys are up right now. It's third and final call for race number 13, Formula 500, Phillips Island Challenge, Thruxton Cup, and 750 Sportsman. Third call for race number 13, third call. You want to read this one or not?
It's fine, yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, friends, let's see what there is to see here.
And this is race number 13, the Phillip Island Challenge, presented by Wilkinson Racing. This class is designed to allow entrants of Team USA to have a place to race and exhibit the machinery in preparation for the International Challenge held annually at the Phillip Island Classic, Phillip Island, Australia. The Thruxton Cup Challenge, sponsored by NOLA Racing Academy and Clint Austin. Clint, the owner of NOLA Racing Academy, or Riding Academy, won the Thruxton Cup Challenge in 2019 and 2020. His other accomplishments in 2020 also include winning the Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Thunder 2, and Battle of the Twins 2 national championships. When out racing, Clint can be found teaching new riders to ride on both 2- and 3-wheel motorcycles in New Orleans, Louisiana, and Gulfport, Mississippi. You can also find him wrenching or selling used motorcycles. Additionally, they are an authorized AHRMA helmet dealer, so if you're in the need of a new AHRMA, tell Clint you are an AHRMA racer for a discount. This Thruxton Cup Challenge, open to lightly modified Triumph Thruxtons and Harley-Davidson Sportsters. Thruxtons are limited to air-cooled 865cc twins produced up until 2015. Formula 500, sponsored by Vintage Moto USA. This class is for 1972 and earlier 2- and 4-stroke machines up to 500cc, based on an index of performance. Includes 2-, 3-, and 4-cylinder bikes, both purpose-built racers and converted street bikes. Machines must be representative of the era, with fairings and low clip-on style handlebars. Dual disc front brakes are allowed. Sportsman 750, sponsored by MAP, Cycle Enterprises, Merino, Pima. 1972 and earlier, street bike focused street bike-based 4-stroke machines. A new addition to the class for 15 was the single overhead cam Honda CB754, ready to take on the class-dominating twins of the Yamaha XS650. No fairings, but front disc brakes are allowed. Japanese, British, Italian, and German bikes will be on track for this Sportsman 750 class. This is your class number 13 of a 16-race day here at the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad.
As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. Row number 1, 77Z, Dan Sokolovich. 1D, Mark Morrow. 074, Eric Lukehart. And bike number 129R, Ray Hickman. Row number 2, it's 808, Michael Wilson. 5S, Martin Morrison. And 26Y, Arch York. Row number 3, it's 662, Mark Williams. 709, Joe Ackley. And then 304, Kevin Dinsmore with 52, Kayla Thiesler. For the Phillips Island Challenge, back on row number 5. 515, Jeremy Madrill. 427, Kyle Boyce Clare. And W13, Warren Wilson. For the Thruxton Cup Challenge, back on row number 7 is bike number 1A, Clint Austin. 553, Paul Canali. 76X, Patrick McGraw. And 69B, Matthew Esterline. Row number 8 is bike number 69A, Carl Matthew Estelle. And then Carl Estelle is 69A. 044, Jonathan Devine. And 81X, Wilkinson. And row number 9, it's 851 Sean Guy, 42 Scott Cuban, 858 Charles Steinman, 737 Alexander Nicole. Row number 10, it's 36 Greg Gionis, 385 Edward Blount, and bike number 593 Dustin Fortich. For the 750 Sportsman field, back on row number 12, now it's 237 Matt Esterline, 24 Grant Spence, 834 Michael Dixon, and 700 Cameron Crockett. Row number 13, it's 736 Stephen Pettinger, 451 Brandy Anglese, and 171 Chris Marlowe. Then row number 14, it's 92 Steve Enner, R58 Pete Bayer, and bike number 42 in Nick Hargis. That is your field here for race number 13. The Formula 500 presented by Vintage Moto USA, the Phillips Island Challenge presented by Wilk Wilkinson Racing, Thruxton Cup Challenge presented by NOLA Riding Academy, and the 750 Sportsman Field presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. Okay, boys, let's play nice today. As the green flag waves, no surprise that bike number 1, Mark Morrow, gets a great start out there, as does 515 Jeremy Madrill, starting back there in, looks like, actually take that back. I'm not trying seeing if somebody jumped in the field, but somebody was definitely working their way fast for the Formula 500. Again, we'll get the full running order when you come around to complete lap number 1 in just a moment. Boy, I could have swore I saw a drill back in there.
Are you imagining things?
Man, I must be seeing things.
Mr.
Maybe
Mark Morrow up front.
Maybe it was 5S. Might have been 5S Martin Morris who I saw get a good start, because the Madrill was back in the second wave with the Phillips Island Challenge. So again, apologize for that. Third wave looks like they're away cleanly now to start race number 13. Once again, we'll get the full running order for you when they come around to complete lap number 1 in just a moment, as bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, shows the rest of the field the fast way around.
Literally, because he's a race instructor.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
literally,
he is.
He's literally showing them,
He's
Jay.
showing some of these guys out there how their first way around the beginning.
Actually, I think at Laguna somebody was saying that he was their instructor and he was now racing with them, which they were pretty pumped about. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, speaking of, that first wave is already making their way through 15 and 16, so they will be back here on the front straight here in short order.
You need a bottle of water?
No, I'm good to get up. There they come.
Race leaders out of turn number 17. It's 1D, and then it is going to be 074 Eric Lucart rounding out your top 2. Third place across there, and it was 515 Jeremy Madrill. I've got him started here on the second wave of my list, but I could be wrong. But he's up there running third overall right now. Then 129 Ray Hickman back there. Then it's going to be 304 Kevin Dinsmore, 808 Michael Wilson in that 6th place position, 52 Kayla Fiesler in 7th, 553 Paul Canale in 8th, 1A Clint Austin in 9th, and bike number 385 Edward Blount rounding out your top 10.
Threw a little race monitor on there for you guys. So this is the Formula 500, folks. Morrow in
Attention
1,
out there in the paddock. Once
Lucart
again,
2.
want to remind everybody when you're done
Madrill
racing for
for
the
Phillip
day,
Island
please don't forget
in
to
1,
turn in your own transponder before you
500
leave for the
third,
weekend. Again, when you're done racing for the day,
Dinsmore 4th,
please don't forget to
and
turn in
Wilson
your rental
5th.
transponder before you leave for the day. Bike number 1D, once again, Mark Morrow showing the fast way around the track. Bike number 074, Eric Lucart right there behind him, still within striking distance. Then it's going to be 515 Jeremy Madrill leading for the Phillips Island Challenge bikes. And it's going to be bike number 1A, Clint Austin back there in fourth. He's leading for the Thruxton Cup Challenge with bike number 129, Ray Hickman, right behind him. He looks like he's running third in class for Formula 500. Then 808, Michael Wilson back there in sixth. 553, Paul Canale in seventh. Looks like he's holding on to that second position for the Thruxton Cup Challenge. Then 385, Edward Blount back in eighth for the Thruxton Cup Challenge. 304, Kevin Dinsmore in ninth. And bike number 69B, Matt Estelle, is rounding out your top 10.
Check out Race Monitor over here. The full show. Morrow, Lukehart, Austin, Hickman, Wilson, Canale, Blount, Dinsmore, Estelle, and Pat McGraw, my buddy from North Kakalaki. Kayla Thiesler in Formula 500. See who this lone rider is.
Off at 17. Second place, Lukehart. Looks like our race second place rider out there, 074, Eric Lukehart. Unfortunately, his race coming to an early end over at the beginning of turn 17. Looks like the rider's up and okay, but tough break for Mr. Lukehart. Eric Lukehart on 074 as he crashed out of second place here in this race. So 1D, Mark Morrow still leading for the Formula 500. Then it's going to be bike number 1A, Clint Austin. He's running second overall, still leading for the Thruxton Cup Challenge. Then 553, Paul Canale back there, third overall, second in class for Thruxton Cup. Then 385, Edward Blount. He rounds out your top three for the Thruxton Cup. And then fifth place overall, 129, Ray Hickman. He's running second in class for the Formula 500. Then it's 69B, Matt Estelle. He's in sixth, running the Thruxton Cup. Then 808, Michael Wilson in seventh. He's your third place rider for Formula 500. Then 304, Kevin Dinsmore in eighth. 76, Patrick McGraw back there in ninth. And 42 in, Nick Hargis. Rounding out your top 10. Looks like Nick Hargis is leading for the Sportsman 750 field, as halfway flags should be coming out next time by. Why 17's got a debris flag out. They'll see it before they see the flag.
I know, right? The flagger, I think, is after that.
It is.
After his
Whatever muffler or whatever's hanging in the track. Looks like a silencer or something. It is on race line, I'll say that. Green and white flag out, letting Mark Morrow know he has got 4 done and 4 left to go. And Jackie and I were sitting here contemplating or commenting that Mark Morrow is leading the field, and since he is an instructor, there's a chance he's taught some of the fellow riders behind him as he's leading the field more than one way, as Mark Morrow continues to show everybody the fast way around this track, still being chased down by 1A Clint Austin, 553 Paul Canale, and 385 Edward Blount. Then 69B Matt Estelle round out your top 5 as the rest of the field see the halfway flags, letting them know they've got 4 done and 4 left to go.
Yeah, I think it's actually super possible that he's coached,
Oh, yeah.
coached and taught a lot of these folks how to ride.
I have. Everybody's missing whatever's on the track out there at 17.
Well, it seems like everyone's making their way around it.
Seen it. Yeah, it is. It's the guts out of a silencer or exhaust system, looks like.
So yeah, unfortunately, the second place racer for this Formula 500 class, I think, right? Or what class were they in? Thruxton Cup? It was somebody who was right on his heels. It was like a second place racers who ended up kind of sliding out in 17, wasn't it? So
I think so.
I'm sure very disappointed. But they're okay, by the way. They got up, they're walking around, everyone's fine. Just letting the folks at home know. We have safety cameras here. I can't show you the footage, but we can see everything that's going on the track, and we can let you know when people are all right, and they are totally all right.
Oh, yeah. Looks like all bikes have seen halfway as Mark Morrow on bike number 1D continues to lead this field with bike number 1A Clint Austin and 553 Paul Canale and 385 Edward Blount right behind him, and 69B Matt Estelle rounding out your top 5. Morrow leading for the Formula 500 field that is Thruxton Cup challenges for the next 3, actually the next 4. You got to go back to 6th place overall to see your 2nd place rider for the Formula 500. That's Ray Hickman on bike number 125. Then at 7th place position, it's 42 in Nick Hargis. He's leading for the Sportsman 750, being chased down by 237. Matt Esterline running 2nd in class for the Sportsman 750. Then it looks like it's 808 Michael Wilson. I believe he is 3rd in class for the Formula 500. And then bike number 736, Stefan Pettinger back there and rounding out your top 10 as just a couple more laps left to go in race number 13. 13, we got a bunch of back-to-backs into 14, and then no more back-to-backs. Oh my gosh. 7, 14, 21, 28, 29. It's on 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 63. 64 riders in race 14.
Mark Morrow just crossing start and finish with that bright red suit. He makes it very easy to spot him out there. We appreciate you for that, Mark Morrow. I think it's why he's kind of one of my favorites. I can always find him. Here's the pro tip. If you ever want a lot of extra attention from the announcers or race broadcasters, just wear really obnoxious colors.
Makes it easy
It's
to
true.
see.
It's true. I've got a couple of favorites that wear like bright orange and high vis and really crazy stuff, and it just makes it so much easier to find them out there.
Of course, I've also done race teams who have 3 race bikes with 3 riders in the bikes, and the riders would all wear the same color leathers, and the bikes would be painted identical. The only way you can tell the difference is the color of their helmets.
Right. That's pesky.
On that last lap, bike number 1A, Clint Austin moves up to the top of the leaderboard, leading for the Thruxton Cup Challenges. Mark Morrow back there in 2nd, still leading for the Formula 500. Then 553 Paul Canale 2nd for Thruxton Cups, and 385 Edward Blount rounding out your top 3 for the Thruxton Cups. And then we go back to 42 Nick Hargis. He's leading for the Sportsman 750, is still being chased down by 237 Matt Esterline running 2nd for Sportsman's, and 129 Ray Hickman. He's running 2nd in the Formula 500 as he's way back in that 8th position overall. And it's 808 Michael Wilson, 3rd in class, 9th overall, and then 736 Stephen Pettinger still rounding out your top 10. Looks like starter has white flag in her hand, looking for race leader, bike number 1A, Clint Austin, as Austin will start his final lap here in race number 13. We got quite a few back-to-backs in this one, so we are going to have to drag just a little bit between this one and the next race, which, by the way, race number 14, if I counted right, has 64 riders in it. Like I said, if I counted right, that's what we race 14, so that's more than half the paddock to come down for that race. As bike number 1A, Clint Austin, does take the white flag beginning his final lap, as does Mark Morrow on bike number 1D. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 14. Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. You folks will be up here in just a moment. First call for race number 14. Sound of Thunder 2, first call, race number 14.
You're watching race number 13 of a 16 race day, and the checkered flag is down. Clint Austin with Mark Morrow right on
Checkered
his
flag
heels.
flies for bike number 1A, Clint Austin, with bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, right there with them. Those guys are making a race of it, even though they're in different classes. So Austin taking the unofficial win out there for the Thruxton Cup Challenge. Mark Morrow taking the unofficial win for Formula 500. Looks like 553, Paul Canale taking the unofficial second for Thruxton Cups. And then it's going to be bike number 42 in, Nick Hargis. He takes the unofficial win for the Sportsman 750. He worked himself up to fourth overall from that third wave way back yonder. Then 385, Edward Blom looks like, I believe he came in unofficially third for Thruxton Cup. 237, Matt Esterline looks like he took the unofficial second for Sportsman 750. Then 69, Matt Estelle, and he was back there in seventh. 736, Stephen Pettinger in eighth. Bike number 808, Michael Wilson, I believe he took the unofficial third for the Formula 500. And then 76X, Patrick McGraw rounds out your top 10 as the rest of the field takes the checkered flag. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 2, or race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2. Second call, race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. Again, second call for race number 14. Now we'll go back to race number 2.
Sound of Thunder 2. This is the middleweight class, as it were, for the Sound of Thunder. And this is this really 52 people on this grid?
I counted 64, but I might have miscounted. Seriously,
So it's everybody in the paddock is racing Sound of Thunder 2.
Pretty much, yeah. We've got, what do we got?
Literally everybody.
One,
Literally
two,
everybody,
we got
Jay.
4 back-to-backs. Clint Austin, Paul Canale, Arch York, and Scott Cuban. So I know.
Yeah, but I think they're all on the same bikes.
They might be. They might be.
Because those Thruxtons racing this guy in this
Do
class
they?
too.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, if they are, then they're definitely slathered up for it.
Yep. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the graphic for that. If you guys are just now tuning in, welcome, welcome. We're heading into race number 14 of a 16 race day here at the 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motor Rod. Thank you for tuning in. It has been an excellent, very, very busy weekend here, full of super great racing and swap meets and bands and food and the museum. I don't even know where to begin with the museum. It's completely out of control in there. It's 4 or 5 stories of some of the greatest motorcycles you've never heard of, all collected together in one magical place, and that's right here at Barber Motorsports Park. This is definitely, in my opinion, one of the jewels of the crown of the AHRMA race series. This is an excellent, excellent weekend here. It's always a great time. We're super pumped to bring you this live feed so you can check out some of the road racing on my side. My name is Jackie Van Ham. This is Mr. Jay McMacken with me. And then Rebecca Cunningham has been bringing you some of the action from the dirt racing side of things, because it's not just road racing, it's dirt racing, swap meet, bands, museum, Motorcycles by Moonlight benefit dinner, auctions. I mean, it's everything. If you've never been here, this needs to go on your bucket list list next year for sure. Speaking of bucket list, another bucket list item is going to Daytona for the Vintage Festival that AHRMA is going to be hosting for the first time in a long time. And this time it's in January. That's right, Florida in January. That sounds pretty amazing to this middle part of America gal. So you know I'm going to be there with bells on. So make sure you put that on your calendar. For more information about all of our awesome races, make sure you check out www.arma.org. Now let's get back to race number 14. This is the Sound of Thunder 2. Go ahead and grab these graphics.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third and final call for our next race. Race number 14, the Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it is third and final call for race number 2, or third call for race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2.
It's been that
Again,
kind of
it's
thing.
third
I'm
call,
not laughing at you. I'm laughing
for
with
race
them.
number 14, Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports. Bring them on up, guys. It's been a long day. For the Sound of Thunder 2, sponsored by Barber Motorsports and Brian Sharp. Since 2006, Barber Motorsports has specialized in high-quality Ducati service and performance with one-on-one customer service. They provide knowledgeable information and comprehensive service solutions for Ducati enthusiasts and racers. Housing one of the largest and most comprehensive Ducati parts inventories in the U.S., they cover everything from performance and upgrades to simple hardware and maintenance items. Boulder's tents can be seen in the paddock today. For the Sound of Thunder 2, this is open to any of AHRMA's Sound of single or motard motorcycles. This are liquid-cooled twins to 850 cc's, unlimited air-cooled twins, 3-cylinder machines to 675, like the Triumph Speed Triple 2-strokes, up to 250 cc's. And if I made the count right, I believe there's like 64 people in this class. I could be wrong, but we'll see as they come out to take the grid position here in just a moment. As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up on row number 1. 1A Clint Austin, 111 Gary Rory, 80H Chris Hasemeyer, and 553 Paul Canale. Row number 2 at 762 Shane Quigg, 41D Brian Dobrolowski, and 9X Kevin Calloway. Row number 3 it's 9T Nate Kern, 189 John Deucer, 660 John Beldock, and 15R JM Padron. Row number 4 it's 329 Matthew Crabtree, 370 Brett Folkerts, and 14 Brian Lairborough. Row number 5 it's 46 Bob Robbins, 117 David Russell, 090 Arch York, and 6E Eric Burrell. Row number 6 it's bike number 60K Ron Wines, R73 Greg Levicki, and 75M Daniel Miller. Row number 7 is bike number 21M John Mulcahy. Back in row number 10 it's 6T Teddy Honan, 796 Paul Vance, 811 Thomas Ryan, 781 Paul Nelson. Row number 11 it's bike number 90 Lee Trollope. Bike number 410, Nathan Jessup, and 69M, David Miller. Row number 12, it's 45C, Carl Cohen, 94, Ryan Rader, 033, Kevin Madigan, and 25, Frank Schroenbeck. Row number 13, it's bike number 4A, John MacArthur, 901, Sean Beese, and X16, Ray Call. Row number 14, it's bike number 90, Lee Trollope, 121, Rhett Horton, 899, Clifton Ginger, and 18T, William Kazzer. Row number 15, it's 878, Peter Kotsakis, 509, Robert Cole, and 911, Lorraine Kressel. Row number 19, it's 41, James Mayo, 341, Jerry Pellegrino, 42, Scott Cuban, and 328, Jim Rosinski. Row number 20, it's 2A, Alex Spano, 66, Chuck Rocco, and 9Q, Jim Barker. Row number 21, it's bike number R9, Alfredo Braca, 221, C. Benedetto Cardella, 2X, Tim Connor, and 53, Mike Robinson Jr. And rounding out the field on row number 22, it's 21, Pat Wilkening, and bike number 61K, Kyle Anderson. That is your full field here for Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports.
This is the Clear the Paddock special.
Pretty much.
Happening right here. This is everybody in AHRMA. This is the Team Participation Award race.
Yep.
Everybody come on out.
Grid for race 16.
So this is such a huge class because it just so many bikes qualify for it. You'd be silly to not jump in if you have one of these bikes and you're racing another class here because it covers so much. There's tons of, again, Suzuki SV650s all over the place. A little bit of Triumph, a little bit of BMW R9T, which is super cool. What else? Some Triumph 675s, triples. What else? Actually, that's kind of it. Ducati Monster. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Oh, that Bimoda is back out here. There's a Paul Smart Ducati, which is awesome, which is out there, which is very, very cool. I really enjoyed that bike quite a lot. Oh, that Kramer is out there. Tim O'Connor aboard that Kramer, which is KTM engined. Kramer?
Okay, that one I don't recognize.
Yeah. Kramer KTM engined, if I remember that correctly.
I wonder if Jasso brought out. Well, that's probably a twin, though. I don't think he can do that.
Ducati Supersport, Ducati 899, Ducati 848. All right. It's just everybody. Let's just make it simple.
I didn't see Jasso on the grid. As the checker of the green flag waves, 19, Nate Kern, no surprise there, absolutely drops the hammer one more time from row number 3 and works his way into the lead, putting his head down once again, trying to check out on the field as everybody cleanly away through turn number 1 over into turn number 2 on this opening turns here of this 8-lap race number 14. Race leader 9T, 8 Kern up over the crest of the hill down at 15. Or rather over in turn number 5 down into Charlotte's Web. Whoa, we got a big pack of riders, all of them going into Charlotte's Web. Everybody cleanly through there so far, but I'm going to tell you, from about 4th all the way back to 10th, it got a little sketchy there as everybody trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow in the opening turns here of this large field for race number 14.
It's definitely a nerve-wracking moment when that freight train of 60 motorcycles all hauls, you know what, into that Charlotte
It's
corner.
nerve-wracking for us to watch. You can imagine it's what it's like to be out there on a race bike. I'm sure there were more than a few people screaming in their helmets.
Those people don't have nerves.
Yeah.
They're all cool as cucumbers.
Mm-hmm. Right. The race leaders back up over the crest of the small rise over there in 13 and 14. Waiting for him to come back around to show us the leader here in just a moment. I bet it's going to be bike number 19, Nate Kern, as here he comes across the start-finish line to lead lap number 1. Then it's going to be 41D Brian Dobrowski, 88 Chris Hasemeyer, bike number 660 John Beldock, and bike number 1A Clint Austin, rounding out your top 5. Austin took the unofficial win back in his race before. He's still up running race top 5 here in his back-to-back. 762 Shane Quigg back there at 646. Bob Robinson 553. Paul Canali back there at 8th. I believe he took a second in his back-to-back race here just previously. 329 Matthew Crabtree out there at 9th, and 090 Arch York rounding out your top 10 as Nate Kern trying to check out, but 41D Brian Dobrowski trying to keep him honest as those two are breaking away from the rest of the field, working their way over through the museum turns one more time. Attention out in the paddock. I want to remind everybody, when you're done racing for the day, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. Again, when you're done racing at the end of the day, please turn in your rental transponders as quickly as possible. It seems like we're always having to run around and chase those things down at the end of the weekend. So when you're done racing for the weekend, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. Also want to remind everybody, we're going to have to clear the paddock. I believe it's going to be 2 hours after the last race is done. We have to clear the paddock area. So for those of you that are kind of hanging out when you're done racing, if you want to try and get your pits packed up as quickly as possible, we appreciate it. Again, we've got to clear the paddock 2 hours after the racing ends.
All right, race leaders. Alrighty, everybody's starting to spread out and get settled in a little bit. It looks like race leaders were heading back towards 16 and 17, so let's go take a look. Yes, they are. It should be that great battle going on between Nate Kern aboard that R9T and Brian Dobrolowski. Dobrowolski. Sorry, buddy.
Bike number 19, Nate Kern still leading this one with 41D. Brian Dobrolowski back there in second. Bike number 80H, Chris Hasemeyer holding on to that third place position, as looks like Dobrolowski right there with Nate Kern trying to keep him honest once again. 1A Clint Austin back there in fourth, and bike number 660, John Beldock, rounding out your top five as Dobrolowski looks like he's making a pass for the lead. They're side by side down that back straightaway. So move bike number 41D, Dobrolowski, up to the top step of the podium. Then it's going to be bike number 19, Nate Kern. It's his turn to try and figure out how to get around Dobrolowski as the rest of the field continues to work their way up. Halfway coming up this next time by. And the good thing is we're done with our back-to-back, so unless we have to do a pickup, we can really roll from here on out. Again, bike number 41D, Brian Dobrolowski, still leading Nate Kern. Looks like Dobrolowski's got a few bike lengths of a breathing room over Kern as they work their way back up through the back section of the turn of the course over there through 15 or 13, 14, and turns 15.
Race leaders, here they come.
Race leaders out of 17 one more time. It is going to be bike number 41D, Brian Dobrolowski, as he sees the halfway flags letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Then it's going to be bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, 660, John Beldock getting the better of his battle with bike number 1A, Clint Austin. And Austin still rounding out your top 5 as Dobrolowski doing his best to try and check out on Kern as he rockets up the hill over turn number 4. Has a bit of breathing room, about 12 to 15 bike lengths between him and Kern as they work their way down into turn number 6, Charlotte's Web. One more time, they're going to start encountering some lap traffic, so I'm sure Dobrolowski is keen to get a breakaway as best he can in case he gets checked up and gets himself some breathing room, as Kern just doesn't seem like his bike picked up the speed out of turn number 7 as it had been before. Not sure if he's got some tire issues maybe going on.
I think he's down some horsepower,
As
to
he
be
just
honest.
crested over the hill over there in turn number 7. Yeah, he might
I think
be.
he's outbiked a little bit, to be honest with you. His starts are
Position in the paddock.
flawless.
Let's go first call. First call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, Formula Extreme, and Formula Lightning. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, Formula Extreme, and Formula Lightning. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 15. Yeah, you're right. He might be outmotored out there. He got a heck of a start. I guess maybe it just took a little bit of time for Dobrolowski to reel him in.
Dobrolowski still in 1, Nate Kern 2. Hasemeyer and Beldock, neck and neck.
Looks like bike number 660, John Beldock, managed to get around Clint Austin. Now he sets his sights on Chris Hasemeyer, trying to step up on that top step of the podium, while Dobrolowski continues to show the fast way around as here he comes up into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. He's going to encounter some lap traffic with bike number 19, Nate Kern right there. Meanwhile, Beldock makes his move on Hasemeyer, so he rides up the inside out, breaking Hasemeyer down into turn number 6, over into 7. Looks like Beldock runs a little bit wide. Hasemeyer gets a good drive, picking up the draft. 3 bike lengths separate those two as it's a drag race down through that back straightaway towards turn number 8 and 9. So put bike number 660, John Beldock, up onto the top or the third step of the podium, while bike number 41D, Brian Dobrolowski, holds on to that top step with bike number 19, Nate Kern, right there behind him. Looks like Dobrolowski was able to get by the lapped rider so far, with Nate Kern still back about 10 to 12 bike lengths adrift behind him there in that second place position. Then Beldock still holding on to that third with bike number 80H, Chris Hasemeyer, in tow as that field works their way through the back section of the course right now. Laps starting to count down here in this race. Uh-oh, somebody pitched it over the exit too. 117. Dobrolowski's still in commanding lead as he starts his next lap. White flag should be coming out this next time by. Nate Kern back there in second, 660 John Beldak round out your top three with 80H Chris Hasemeyer there in fourth, and 1A Clint Austin still rounding out your top five. Looks like bike number 117 has a bit of an off-track excursion over on the exit of 2. Looks like the rider's up and okay, but a tough break for the rider at 117 as his race ends a little early over in the exit of turn number 2. Dobrolowski having to continue to pick his way through the lap traffic with bike number 19. Nate Kern back there in that second place position, and 660 John Beldak finally finding his rhythm and opening up a gap over Hasemeyer. So Beldak solidly up there into that third place position as white flag should be coming out next time by. And I see we have a Crimson Adventure going on here. Gonna guess it's probably fluid on the track, but I'm not sure, so we'll find out what's going on. We were well past halfway, so I would think it'll be it should be a finalized race, but stand by, we'll let you know what's going on here in just a moment.
Well, alrighty. Well, we were well past halfway, so I believe this is
I bet it's fluid on the track.
probably just going to award points by the last completed lap would be my guess, but maybe they're going to regrid everybody, but...
No, they won't. It's past halfway.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, white flag was getting ready to come out. No, we're done.
Gotcha.
I just can't say that officially because it has to come from control.
Gotcha.
Oh. Well, there's a bunch of smoke on that bike on 117, so
Oh,
I bet that's what it is.
everyone's standing, everyone's fine. Just
Oh, yeah.
for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
viewers at home, everyone's fine.
I bet it's fluid. Actually, no, it's on fire.
Oh, there's a motorcycle on fire.
Yes.
But everyone's fine again. The racer and everybody was standing well
Oh,
away
yeah,
from it.
they picked the bike up and rolled it off, and I guess I know
Maybe
if they
some
laid
gas
it down.
spilled out of it or
I would say, I
something.
don't know if they laid it down and it caught fire or what, but it's definitely on fire now.
Control to county. Go ahead. 117. Copy 117.
So
Yeah, there's a phone
unfortunately,
number.
somebody's day is gonna end in a very exciting way, but not in the exciting way they were hoping it was gonna end.
Yeah, that's unfortunate when you see your highly prepared race bike prepped up now turning into a bonfire.
Oh, it's not that bad. It just was smoking a little bit. They'll be fine. We're just gonna pick that up, and if there was a little bit of oil or something, we're gonna have to
Duct
get
tape will
that
fix it.
clean out. It'll buff right out, Jay.
It'll buff right.
Jay, it'll buff right out.
Fairings all melted off of it. The frame's twisted from the heat. It'll buff right out.
I'm just saying. That'll buff right out.
Yeah.
So, someone is going home with a very exciting story to tell from Barber Vintage Festival.
Yeah, well,
Just-
that looks like a nice expensive two-stroke GP machine too. Ooh, that's gonna be a bummer.
Nah, that doesn't look that bad. But we're gonna have to get that cleaned up for sure. And the owner's walking next to it. Everyone's fine. So we're just getting to get that cleaned up a little bit, and then we are going to head into race 15. Is what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like we're gonna be having a regrid
No,
out here because it was so far along.
That was David Trussell, and it was a 94 Yamaha TZ250.
Well, just thank goodness everybody's
No,
okay.
it's
That's what
control.
matters. That's the priority.
I had given first. Are we ready for second?
Yep, so let's go on ahead and see what's
Attention
going
under
on with
paddock,
race
let's go
15.
second call. Second call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Medium Weight Next Gen Superbike FL Extreme and F Formula Lightning. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Medium Weight Next Gen Superbike Lightweight Formula Lightning Extreme and Formula Lightning. You folks will be up here in just a second. Second call for race number 15.
Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Who else? Formula Lightning. target racers.
They're-
I think they were surprised. That was a little
Attention
sooner
out
than
there
I
in the
thought.
paddock. Looks like we've got everything cleaned up out there. Everything's ready to go. Well, let's go. Third and final call for race number 15. Pitting Superbike middleweight, next gen Superbike, Formula Extreme, for Formula Lightning Extreme rather, and Formula Lightning. You guys are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for race number 15. Pitting Superbike middleweight presented by R3 Racing, next gen Superbike lightweight presented by the Pool Professor of Tallahassee. The Formula Lightning Extreme presented by Peter Nicolosi, and Formula Lightning also presented by Peter Nicolosi. You folks are up right now. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it's third and final call for race number 15. Come on up. For race number 15, the Vintage Superbike middleweight, sponsored by R3 Racing and Rich Richter. R3 Racing of Hayward, Wisconsin has made it a mission to promote and support motorcycle racing in all forms, from national road racing events with AHRMA, regional ice racing events with MIRA, to county fairs in northern Wisconsin. You'll find R3 Racing involved. Whether it's building a race bike or building an endurocross track, if it's good for the sport and it's competitive, we are here to help. We've made it a mission to recruit and support new racers every season. We encourage everyone to bring a friend to the track and introduce them to this incredible sport. And we thank R3 Racing for their support. For the Vintage Superbike middleweight, this is a variety of machines up through the 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Unlimited displacement single-cylinder bikes are out there, along with pushrod twins, BSA, Triumph, Moto Guzzi, and BMW, up to 890 cc's. Overhead twin cam machines, Yamaha XS models up to 790 cc's. Pushrod triples, Tridents, and BSA rockets up to 790 cc's are also found. For the next gen Superbike lightweight, sponsored by Brian Wells, the Pool Professor of Tallahassee. Pool Professor of Tallahassee is a swimming pool service, repair, and remodel and installation company in Tallahassee, Florida. They are pleased to sponsor the next gen lightweight class and look forward to supporting and growing AHRMA for many years to come. This is a new class for the AHRMA in 2018 to showcase what was raced in the 80s through the early 90s. Eligible machines in this class can be from any market in the world. Period. OEM and race team paint schemes are strongly encouraged. Bikes that might be seen on the grid are BMW's YB7, the Honda Hawks, Suzuki GS500s, Yamaha FC600s, FZR 400s, and RZ 350s. For the Formula Lightning Extreme, sponsored by Team Power Sports and Adelman, this is open to bikes with unlimited voltage. And then the Formula Lightning is sponsored by Peter Nicolosi. These are all electric motorcycles featuring the latest technology with powertrains similar to the Nissan Leaf and Tesla Model S and the electric portion of the Chevy Bolt. Speeds are similar to race prep 600cc gasoline-powered bikes. This is open to production bikes up to 125 volts. Production race bikes are available from Zero and Bramo. Arthur Kowitz was the 2020 National Championship. I'm going to tell you, folks, if you've never seen one of these e-bike races, they are the wave of the future, and they are great to watch, although they are a bit uncanny to see bikes go screaming off the start-finish line and making almost no sounds. So I'm gonna tell
But with zero screaming.
It is interesting to watch. So I encourage everybody, if you've never seen an e-bike race, pay attention to these bikes when they're out there on the track.
I don't think it's the wave of the future, Jay. It's the wave of the now. I've got 2 e-bikes over in my camp here.
Yeah, well, you're right.
I love having them, and I gotta tell you, everybody in the paddock owes me a thank you, because when I rode here this morning at 5:45 a.m.,
You weren't making any noise.
I made 0 noises, and nobody even knew I was here, which was amazing.
Very stealthy.
It was, but I thought about that. I was like, you know what? This is really nice out here.
Just me and the hum of the chain.
Just me and the hum of this little hub.
Well, that's right. It's probably not even chain drive.
Little brushless motor.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have brought like an obnoxious 2-stroke bike over. We have plenty of those. I could have made a ton of noise over there this morning.
Yep. Nothing like a howling, screaming four-cylinder Banshee.
I mean, they're just little guys, but they do make a boatload of noise. My 125, I
Oh,
hear
yeah.
the baffle blew out of it. I was wringing its neck real hard at another race event, and the baffle literally shot out the back.
Yeah.
So now it makes the most crazy amounts of noise.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little 125 Elsinore.
You want to hang on to these or throw these away?
I'm gonna look through those, but probably keep them. I'll throw them out at the end. Just leave all the papers here.
Oh, got us. Where are you going?
Someone got excited on that.
Well, just back there moving around.
Someone got excited out there.
He's still with 3, so. Green flag waves, and there goes the field. Bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer getting the jump on 5:15. Jeremy Madrill, and then I believe it's going to be bike number 1Z, Michael or Matthew Joy, leading the field for the medium weight superbike. And then it's going to be the second wave out here for the next gen superbike lightweight is bike number 181, Ray Solinger, getting a really good jump out there, leading the field down into turn number 1 himself for the next gen superbikes. Then it's going to be the electric bikes.
All right, isn't that just
And
right
there they
away?
go. It's like watching an RC car race take off, man. Those things are so cool. I was going to say you definitely want to listen to them when they come back around over the crest of the hill and 5 down to the braking zone for turn number 6. It's uncanny
I don't even know
how
if we
quiet
can.
they are.
I don't know if we can hear them in here though.
We can't.
They
Well,
do. They do make like a whirring sound, but I don't think we can hear it
do.
here.
When Peter Nicolosi was coming down here when he first started racing 3-4 years ago, and it was quiet, you could hear him coming into 1. But that was, a long time ago.
All right, everyone making their way down that back long march to the museum. That is the vintage superbike middleweight class. That looked like it was in wave 1. Or was that next gen superbike lightweight that they put in first?
Superbike middleweight. They were out front. The next gen is second.
And they are now all making their way over to turn 15 and 16 already, clipping on along out there.
Race leaders out of turn number 17 onto the front straightaway to lead the first lap. It's going to be bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. Got about half a front straightaway lead over the rest of the pack as it's going to be 515, Jeremy Madrill. 133, Paul Elledge was back there in that second row, working his way up to third overall. Then 1Z, Matthew Joy in fourth, and 092, Alexander Cook rounding out your top 5. For the next gen superbikes, it's going to be 181, Randy Sullinger leading 32B, Harry Vanderlinden, and 020, Jonathan Hollingsworth. That's your top 3 for the next gen superbike. Attention in the paddock. I want to remind everybody, when you're done racing for the weekend, please don't forget to take your rental turn your rental transponder in. Yeah, don't take the rental transponder, turn it in, please. But do take your empty gas cans. So again, don't forget to turn in your rental transponder, but do take your empty gas cans. Please don't leave the gas cans by the trash can or try and bury them in the trash can or hide them, because the track will get charged a hazardous disposal fee, and they will pass that cost along to us. In fact, the AHRMA will get fined per gas can found out there. So please take your gas cans with you and dispose of them properly when you get home. Again, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders, and please take your empty gas cans with you. Don't take your transponders. No. That's better. race leader, bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer out front. A full front straightaway lead over second place riders is across the line. It's going to be Paul Elledge on 133, 181. Randy Sullinger working his way up top 3 overall. He's leading for the next gen group. Then it's bike number 1Z, Matthew Joy. He's rounding out your third for the Superbike middleweights. Then 515, Jeremy Madrill. Then bike number, looks like 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth, trying to go back through here to pick out my next gen Superbike rider. It looks like it's going to be 32B. Harry Vanderlyn is still holding on to that second place for next gen. The 91, Sean Smith. Actually, no, 700, Cameron Crockett, rounding out your top 3 for the next gen Superbikes.
And Kevin Rammer with a substantial lead out there already, only a couple laps in, and is just dropping the hammer, the Rammer hammer on these people. If he's on a Yamaha and it's a Yamaha hammer, I'm going to freak out.
You had to go there, didn't you? You had to go there.
Ah, it's a Honda. I'm not going to get my dad jokes in today.
The Mondo Hondo? I don't know.
I mean, sure.
The Rammer hammer dropping the hammer with his Mondo Hondo. It's been a long day, folks.
It's been a long day,
real
folks.
long day.
It's been a long day,
weekend.
folks. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. We've had a blast. We've had a really, really good time.
It has been fun. Can't believe this is the final race for AHRMA this season, but boy, are we looking forward to the 2022 season.
I am really pumped about that Daytona. That looks just very excellent.
Out front, bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer continues to lead for the vintage Superbike. Then it's Randy Sullinger for next gen, leading 32, Harry Vanderlinden, and then 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth. That rounds out your top 3 for the next gen. Then 133, Paul Elledge. He's back there at 5th overall, running second in class for the next year for the vintage Superbike. Then 1Z, Matthew Joy, back in 6th, rounding out the top 3 for the vintage Superbike. Halfway flag should be coming up next time by in just a moment.
But yeah, that new Moto Fest that's happening in Daytona in January, I'm really pumped about it. Road racing. They're gonna have a flat track race. There's a really great flat track. There's several really great flat tracks in that area. Camping and music, and it's gonna be a real good time. And these machines all on the high banks of Daytona? Craziness.
Yep.
Craziness.
I'm wanting to see the sidecars out there. That's going to be trippy.
Oh, I definitely want to see the sidecars.
That's going to be cool. Green and white flags out for your race leader, bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, letting him know he's got 4 done, 4 left to go. Then it's 181, Randy Sullinger. 02, John Hollingsworth moves himself up a podium step up into second for next gen Superbike lightweights with bike number 32B, Harry Vanderlinden, back there in that 3rd place position. Then it's 133, Paul Elledge still holding on to second for vintage Superbikes with bike number 1Z, Matthew Joy still right there within striking distance, rounding out your top 3 for those. With the halfway flags out of this one, let's go first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys will be up here in a second. It is first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. Both of them presented or sponsored by Moto Course Performance. You guys are up in just a moment. It is first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, presented by Moto Course. Also want to remind everybody, A, turn in your rental transponders when you're done for the day. B, don't leave your gas cans. And C, our contract says 2 hours after the final checkered flag waves, you need to have yourselves packed up and we need to have the paddock cleared. So keep that in mind. For those of you guys that are out there done racing, please don't dawdle whenever you get done racing to pack up your pits, because we have to have the paddock cleared 2 hours after the final checkered flag wins, and that means that no less than 7 o'clock. Absolutely everybody's definitely got to be out of here by 7 o'clock, as it looks like 13S out there. His race unfortunately comes to an early end as his shifter has partially departed the motorcycle. It's still dangling there, but unfortunately it's stuck in gear, so he's trying to get that cleaned up. As bike number 1B or 181, Randy Sullinger now up to the top podium. 1B, Kevin Rammer right there in second, but they are both leading for their respective classes. Sullinger in next gen and vintage superbike with Kevin Rammer, as everybody's seeing halfway. So whatever happens during this race, it will be a complete race.
Well, that's interesting. Randy Sullinger making his way with the pass for Kevin Rammer. You're right, there are two different classes, so technically it doesn't count. But Rammer had just such a substantial lead.
Boy, he did.
Man, he was just way, way out there. I thought it was going to be smooth sailing, and sure enough, Randy Sullinger put up the battle. Sullinger just crosses the line with Jonathan Hollingsworth on his
Sullinger
heels.
once again across the line to still lead with us in 02. John Hollingsworth right there within striking distance as he's holding on to second in 32B. Harry Vanderlinden and rounding out your top three with bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. Fourth overall, still leading for the Vintage Superbike. Then it's going to be 133, Paul Elledge, and 1Z, Matthew Joy for the Vintage Superbike. Those are your top three. As the laps continue to click down here, looks like white flag should be coming out next time by.
And again, Kevin Rammer getting caught up by all these other classes out there. He still is leading in his class. It's the next generation Superbike lightweight folks that are making the moves on him, is what it looks like. Yeah.
Announced to control.
Oh, somebody went off into Charlotte's Web.
Are we going
It's
to
on the
pick up
camera
or are we
right
going to
now.
bury?
Oh, and they're getting themselves turned around. I think they're headed back. Oh, good for them. They have to avoid that gravel, though. That gravel is super deep, and you cannot ride through that gravel. Look at them rejoin. Good job.
That's an
Good
interesting way
job.
to go around turn number 5. He took the scenic route.
That's the
Yes,
new-
yes, yes.
That's the new race line, Jay.
He took the scenic route. Hey, at least he kept it up on two wheels.
He did. Oh, that was some real skill right there.
White flag out for your race leader, bike number 181, Randy Sullinger, and he has got 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth, right on his tail section as they start their final lap. Then it's going to be bike number 32B, Harry Vanderlinden. Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, both sponsored by Moto Coast Performance. You guys are going to be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 16. Second call, race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys are up right now. Second call for race number
Unfortunately,
16.
here on this last lap, pushing a little too hard into Charlotte's Web.
Was that the race leader?
It was somebody up at the front of that pack. Yeah, it was somebody at the very top of the next generation, that group right there, that Randy
Looks
Sullinger,
like John
Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth and Randy Sullinger were pushing each other hard. A bike over down in turn number 5. I didn't see it, but it might have been one of the leaders. Can't quite tell. It is 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth. Tough break for Mr. Hollingsworth as he was pushing hard, trying to get around Randy Sullinger. Not sure if he had any. We're in traffic over in turn number 6 over in Charlotte's Web. And unfortunately, his race comes to an early end as he's out of second place there. They push his bike over out of the way. It's good to see the riders up and okay, but obviously dejected as a hard fought race comes to an early end on turn number 6 here on the final lap of race number 15.
What's that they say in flat track racing? Racing is rubbing. Rubbing's racing.
I don't. What did he get? Did you see it or not?
I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. It was just them pushing too hard. It was all 4 bikes just diving into that corner.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner. Bike number 181, Randy Sullinger, with bike number 32, Harry Vanderlinden, taking the unofficial second out there for the next gen Superbike lightweight. And it looks like it's going to be bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, taking the unofficial win out there for the vintage Superbikes. It looks like it's going to be bike number 133, Paul Elledge. I'm not sure if he's going to still hold on to that second step or if it's going to be 1C, Matthew Joy. Those guys had a heck of a battle themselves going on earlier on, waiting for them to come back into view here out of this final turn. At the line, it's going to be 133, Paul Elledge holding on to second out there with bike number 91. Sean Smith looks like he took the unofficial third for Next Gen Superbike. As the rest of the field streams by, it looks like Matthew Joy on 1Z takes the unofficial third for vintage Superbike middleweight. Attention out in the paddock. Once again, want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. Once again, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing at the end of the day.
Well, some great racing. An unfortunate end for who do we decide it was?
Jonathan Hollingsworth.
Jonathan Hollingsworth. A very unfortunate end for Mr. Hollingsworth. It looked like they got everybody up okay. It looked like everybody was fine. Bike caught on fire. Pushing it on the last lap. It's racing.
Getting wacky here at the end of the day.
It's racing.
Let's be careful though. We still got one more. Still got to get through 16. I gotta wait till they get these guys picked up before I can make the call.
Yeah, lots of excitement out here.
Copy that.
Come on back. Hit the wrong thing. That can go down. That can go down. Where'd those little graphics go? That guy. All right. What's going on for race 16, Jay?
Looks like it's Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. We got a couple of bikes we got to pick up out here. We'll go third call in just a moment.
No problem. I'm going to go ahead and track down some of these graphics. You said BOT2?
Yep. 0 to 900 cc's.
Cool.
All right, race fans. Well, while we have just a hot second, we've got to go pick up a couple of bikes that slid out, and dust everybody off and pick them up and get them on off the track. Well, let's go ahead and go thank some of our awesome partners for the 2021 season. The season would not be possible without all of our excellent partners and sponsors. If you are interested in being a part of the 2022 season, AHRMA would absolutely love to talk to you how you can be involved. Make sure you reach out to the folks at AHRMA.org. There is contact information on there. We would love to have you, whether you are in the motorcycling industry, or as you can see, we even have some pool professor people, folks that build pools. We've got all sorts of local and regional businesses and tons of awesome motorcycle shops. So if you would like to be a partner with our great organization, we'd love to chat with you about it. Our 2021 AHRMA National Title partners are going to be Redwood Engineering, Bridgestone Tires, Haggerty Motorcycle Insurance, 4SR, 4 Street Racing Leathers, and Race Tech. And our AHRMA National supporting partners, Road Racing World and RockAuto.com. You are watching one of the AHRMA Classic Moto Fests of the 2021 season. For 2022, we already have 4 AHRMA Classic Moto Fests on the calendar, including the all-new date at Daytona International Speedway on the high banks of Daytona in January. Again, for information, you can head to arma.org. Haggerty Insurance, Bridgestone Tires, Redwood Engineering, Race Tech. Our safety partner, 811 Underground Team Racing. The call before you dig, 811 folks. Road Racing World,
Copy that.
rockauto.com, and Luke's
Attention out there in the
Racecraft
paddock.
from
Let's go
Lafayette,
third call.
Louisiana.
Third and final call for race number 16. Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, both presented by Moto Course Performance. You folks are up right now. I apologize for the slight delay. It took us a moment to pick up some motorcycles out there. So again, it's third and final call for race number 16. Formula Thunder and Battle of Twins 2. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it's third and final call for race number 16. Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, presented by Moto Course. For race 16, South Florida's Moto Course Performance sponsors both the Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2 classes. An experienced Ducati specialist, so they can build, customize, and maintain customer street bikes at the highest level. With expertise in NCR Ducatis and AHRMA race bikes, you're invited to visit them online at www.motocourseperformance.com. For the Formula Thunder class, this is sponsored by Moto Course Performance. These are in their third season, and it's where all of our fastest modern bikes race heads up, open to all next-gen superbikes, Sound of Thunder and Battle of Twins motorcycles, even Sound of Singles and Open Two-Strokes can join the fray in this race. For the Battle of the Twins 2, this is 900cc or 904 performance. These sponsored by Moto Course. Of course, Battle of the Twins 2 is open to all air-cooled twins up to 904 cc's. The air-cooled bikes have been obsoleted by newer technology, but remain a favorite of builders, racers, and fans. And AHRMA has made a home for them here. On the track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buells. Well, that's your specifications for race 16. Here's who's going to be out there on the track. On row number 1 for Formula Thunder, it's going to be bike on row number 1, 4X. Urban Kolick, 88, Chris Hasemeyer, 41D, Brian Dobrowski, and 553, Paul Canali. Row number 2, it's 131, Steve Metz, 020, Jeff Nelson, and 410, Nathan Jessup. Row number 3, it's 045, Curtis Adams, 370, Brett Folker, 77L, Patrick Lansu, and 090, Arch York. Row number 4, it's 901, Sean Beast, 329, Matthew Crabtree, and 297, Mark White. Row number 5, it's 222R, Jeff Graham, 457, Robert Olivia, and bike number 660, John Beldock, and 96D, David Schaefer. Row number 6, it's bike number R9, Alfredo Braca, 60X, Rob Wines, and bike number 784, Christopher Akaden. Row number 7 is 221C, Benedetto Cardella, 477, Met Akaden, 919, Jim Baker, and 328, Jim Rosinski. Row number 8, it's bike number 9, Lee Trollope, bike number 34R, Rodney Menke, and bike number 175, Matthew Canava. For the Battle of the Twins 2, back on row number 10, it's bike number 1A, Clint Austin, 15X, Tony Prust, 69B, Matthew Estelle, 69A, Carl Estelle, and then in row number 11, 79R, Craig Light, and 851, Sean Guy. That is your field here for race number 16. Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, sponsored by, yep, you guessed it, Moto Course Performance.
There we go. I had the wrong thing there. Let's put that guy back up there. Well, this one's real exciting. Tons of Ducati out here. All my friends with the BMW R9Ts are out here. Some Triumph Daytona, some Aprilia, some Eric Buell Racing 1190 RS. Very cool, from Mark White from Indianapolis. That's excellent. Ahmet and Christopher Akaden from Louisville, Kentucky, which is where I'm from. We're gonna have to say hi to each other. at the end of the races. Ducati Panigale, all sorts of neat bikes in this class. This is our final race for today. Tons of Thruxtons in here too. 900cc Thruxtons. So this is our final race of the day. Thank you so much everybody for tuning in. We appreciate each and every one of you. Do take a second. Do consider sharing this feed with all of your friends that love watching awesome racing. This is our last race for the day. Now let's get down to the track.
Looks like bike number 80, Chris Hasemeyer, once again gets the jump on the field. We're working their way down into turn number 1 as everybody gets rolling here for the Formula Thunder. Looking back towards the start-finish line, back out on the grids. Here comes the battle of the Twins 2 as the green flag waves for them. Looks like it was 15X, I believe Tony Prust out there leading that field down into turn number 1.
Prust like rust. That's how he explained it to me. Because I used to say Proust.
Yeah.
Prust like rust.
Well, that ain't Hasemeyer out front. I'm going to guess it's Dobrowski. And Metz, I believe, is there in second. Looks like it might be bike number 41D, Brian Dobrowski, and 131, Steve Metz. Looks like they're the lead bikes out of turn number 7 up over the crest of the, back down that back straightaway down into 8 and 9. But they're at such a distance I can't quite tell. So we'll definitely get the full running order and confirm that when they come around to complete lap number 1 here in just a moment. I want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the day. Looks like if it is Steve Metz, he just put a pass on Dobrowski over in the turns 11-12 area. Not sure who the Raiders were over there. Metz on a red bike, I believe Dobrowski's on a black bike, and whoever was in the lead didn't quite get going, and that allowed the red bike to go flying by him. We're waiting for him to come back around to confirm who it was in just a moment. At the line to complete lap number 1, it is 131 Steve Metz and 41D Brian Dobrowski. Third place is 88 Chris Hasemeyer, 660 John Beldock, and bike number 77L Patrick Lanssu, rounding out your top 5 as the field starts their second lap here in race number 16.
Already, race leaders are already making their way through Charlotte's Web. They're starting to head towards the museum. Very fast class, this Formula Thunder class, and much, much more modern. There's 2017 bikes in here. There's a 2021 Aprilia RS660 in here. So again, you know, I keep stressing it for folks that aren't familiar with our race program. We do modern bikes too, man. It's not just the old stuff. We do modern stuff. Now it's mostly old stuff, but we do modern stuff too. All of our race leaders are now making their way through turns 15 and 16. Starting to wrap around that final turn.
Way on the course right now, waiting for him to come back into sight just a moment to complete our next lap. As it was bike number 131, Steve Metz. Here he comes rocketing down this front straightaway. About a half a front straightaway lead over second place rider 41D Brian Dobrowski. Still solidly there in second. Then it's going to be 77L Patrick Lanssu, 660 John Beldeck, and bike number 88 Chris Hasemeyer. Hasemeyer is still rounding out your top 5. 22R Jeff Graham. Bike number 045 Curtis Adams, 329 Matthew Crabtree, 41X Aaron Kolick, and 60X Rob Wines. Round out your top 10 is bike number 131 Steve Metz, definitely putting his head down, trying to check out on the rain field. 41D still holding on to that second place position. That's Brian Dobrowski with bike number 77L Patrick Lanssu, really pushing hard up into that third place position, trying to check out on 660 John Beldock, who's first off the podium, back there in fourth, and bike number 88 Chris Hasemeyer still rounding out your top 5 as they're starting the next lap.
Thanks everybody for tuning in out there on the live streams over on the AHRMA Facebook page or wherever you have found us. We're streaming across a whole bunch of different platforms this weekend. Thank you for tuning in. Do take a second and hit that share button right now or when we wrap up so your friends can watch all this awesome race footage from this weekend as well.
Bike number 131, Steve Metz once again flashes across the start-finish line with 41D Brian Dobrolowski right there in second. Then it's going to be 77L Patrick Lansu, bike number 660 John Beldock, and here's the battle for fifth as it's 222R Jeff Graham just nipping 80 Chris Hasemeyer at the line. 60X Rob Wines moves up in position to 7th. 045 Curtis Adams back there in 8th. 329 Matthew Crabtree in 9th, and 4X Evan Kolek rounding out your top 10. As 131, Steve Metz continues his domination of this race out of turn number 7 down that back straightaways. He's got almost that full back straightaway lead over second place rider 41D Brian Dobrolowski. Green and white flags should be coming up this next time by. Attention out there in the paddock, attention in the paddock. I want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the day or when you're done racing for the weekend. And you know what that means? If you're not in this race, you're done racing for the weekend. So please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave.
If you can hear my voice right now, you need to be turning in your transponder. You are done.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you can
can't
hear me,
my voice right now, turn in your rental transponders away.
if you can hear my voice, it means you are finished racing. All right, Steve Metz just crossed the start finish. Brian Dobrowski into.
You get a number on that bike over there in 5. It's a clean looking bike, though. I'll give him that.
Had somebody pull off the track, it looks like. But they're fine. They're standing next to it. Everyone's hanging out.
90 something, brother. 96? 90?
90.
90.
90 is Lee Trollope.
Yep, that's him.
Pulled off the track.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number 131, Steve Metz, as he's still flying around the track with 41D Brian Dobrolowski right behind him at bike number 77L Patrick Lansu. Rounding out your top 3, 660 John Beldock back there in 4th, 222R Jeff Graham, and then rounding out the top 5 with bike number 80H Chris Hasemeyer in 6th, 68 Rob Wins back in 7th, 045 Curtis Adams in 8th, 329 Matthew Crabtree in 9th, and 4X Evan Kolek rounding out your top 10 as they all start their second half of the race.
There's definitely some bikes cooking along the back stretch, so I'm going to guess these are our race leaders. So let's go look. Yep, Steve Metz. Followed by Brian Dobrowski, Patrick Lansu,
Looks like all bikes have seen halfway, so whatever happens in this race, it will be official as 131. Steve Metz still holding on to the lead with 41D Brian Dobrolowski back there in second, and bike number 77L Patrick Lansu back there in third. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. If you're not in this race, you're done racing for the weekend, and please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. Please turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. Also, please do not leave your empty race fuel cans here. Please take your empty race fuel cans with you. Also want to remind everybody, per the rules that we put out there, 2 hours after the checkered flag waves is when we have to clear the paddock. So again, keep that in mind as you're packing up to drive home or go wherever you are. We do have to clear the paddock per the contract 2 hours after the checkered flag waves or after the last bike is cleared from the track. So keep that in mind. We don't want anybody locked in here or worse yet, towed out of here. So keep that in mind when you're done racing as you're packing up your stuff you know what they say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So anyway,
Steve Metz
again, keep
crossing
that in
start
mind.
finish
2
in
hours
1
after
for
the
Formula
last checkered
Thunder.
flag waves.
Brian Dabrowski in 2, Patrick Lansu 3. Step away and look a little bit further down the pack for a second. Should be race leader slingshotting across the top of the screen right now, making their way down to 15.
Starter has white flag in hand for bike number 131, Steve Metz, as he sees the white flag and begins his final lap here on this final race of the year, actually, of the 2021 season. And then it's going to be bike number 41D, Brian Dobrolowski, seeing the white flag, and then 77L, Patrick Lansu. That's your top 3 as they begin their final lap of the final race weekend of the 2021 season. Next across the line, 222R, Jeff Graham in 4th, and 660, John Beldock rounding out your top 5. 60X, Rob Weens back there in 688, Chris Hasemeyer in 7th, 045, Curtis Adams in 8th, 329, Matthew Crabtree back in 9th, and 370, Brett Folkers rounding out your top 10 as they all see the white flag starting their final lap here in race number 16.
I just now noticed this blue bike that's pulled off.
Well, yeah, that's Draw.
Oh, that's who we were looking
That's who we
at?
were talking earlier.
I had my head down on my computer. I didn't
Yeah.
look up. There's a bike pulled off like right in front of us.
Nope, it's right over there.
My bad.
Again, it's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long year.
I'm just buried in my computer, just doing the streaming,
Geeking out.
just geeking out,
Geeking out
touching
with the
buttons,
bits.
touching buttons. All
Deal with your
right,
interwebbies.
this is gonna be your checkers.
Checkered flag out for unofficial race winner, bike number 131, Steve Metz taking home the unofficial win out there. Then it looks like it's going to be,
Dabrowski.
should be bike number 41D, Brian Dobrolowski with bike number 77L, Patrick Lansu.
Right on his
definitely knocking on the door, trying to reel him in. Taking the unofficial third there. Then it's going to be 22R, Jeff Graham. Then bike number 660, John Beldock rounding out your top 5 as the checkered flag waves here on this final race of the final race weekend in 2021. We'd like to say thank you to everybody who came out and raced with us this weekend. Thank you to all who raced with us this year. You know, for the racers that were here last year, because of the pandemic and the hurricane, it was kind of a, well, it wasn't kind of, it was a very damp race weekend that year. And I think we paid our penance last year because the weather this year turned out to be absolutely spectacular. I want to thank everybody for coming out to race. And don't forget to turn in your rental transponders again. Don't forget to turn in your rental transponders.
What are they doing? What are they doing
one
with
more thing. Attention in the paddock. Jennifer Miller, come on down. You're going to need to pick up some other grids and turn in your tutu. Once again, Jennifer Miller, come on down. We need you to pick up the final results.
Well, all right, race fans, that is going to be it as far as our road racing program for the day. 32 races in 2 days, over 600 entries every single day here at the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad. You have 1 more hour to go visit the museum. They are staying open an additional hour this evening, so do make your way over there and check that out if you have not made it over there yet. But tick tock, you've only got a little bit more time yet, so make sure you make your way over to the museum. Thank you so much for coming on out, everybody. Make sure you get home safe. This has been Jackie Van Ham, your girl in the know for all things motorcycle. Make sure you check out our live feed over on the Facebook page for the official AHRMA feed.
On behalf of BMW Motorrad and Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum, thank you for attending the Barber Vintage Festival. Enjoy the ride and see you next year. Again, BMW Motorrad, make life a ride. And once again, for AHRMA, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out and racing with us this year. AHRMA is bringing a full array of vintage and alternative modern road racing to the track near you in 2022. The schedule is packed with many of AHRMA's usual and popular racetracks, plus new rounds at Daytona, The Ridge in Washington State, Thunder Hill in California, and High Plains Raceway out in Colorado. 3 of the events are AHRMA Classic Moto Fest events, which feature off-road competition as well as road racing series. Fans and racers alike will enjoy road racing, dirt track, vintage motocross, cross-country trials, and even a vintage drag race event at Heartland Park, says Arthur Kowitz, AHRMA's chairman of the board of trustees. Make your plans to attend some of the world's best classic motorcycle racing
Thank you
events
so much for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate you guys clicking, liking, and sharing all of our videos. From myself and Mr. Jay McMacken, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys next year at Daytona.
Peace. Once again.